So
That's better. And not green this time.
yeah, I didn't have time even to set it up because I just arrived, as a
I still don't quite
convert.
understand how this all works because I have the same settings I had last time. Last time I looked like a Martian. But oh well. Hey, I don't have any headphones on. Am I coming through,
Yeah.
like some feedback or anything? Am I sounding okay?
No. The sound is good. As of now.
All right.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I honestly screamed, like I was every time when they say we found the defendant not guilty. Fuck yeah,
I was waiting on the number 4. That would have sucked. Like you get to number 4, like guilty. Well,
Yeah.
like look at the bright side, Kyle. You were exonerated of all the others. It's like, yeah, well, that's a life sentence. I think it was number 4. It was for Huber. I think it was number 4. Was it
Yeah,
3?
they went one by one. Wait, so first one was for Jojo, second one was for McGuinness, third one was Jump Kick Man, fourth one
Yeah,
was
number 4.
yeah.
And by the way, watch the reaction of Wendy and Kyle when they read off number 4 because that was the one that was terrifying him. I mean, well, they all were pretty bad, but they read off the first 3, but he's still thinking number 4 coming up because that's the one that carries a life sentence. And when they read off not guilty for that one, that's when you could see all this weight lifted right off his shoulders.
Yes. And
So,
I said just a few minutes ago that his knees literally gave up. You know what I mean? In the moment when it was all done, and I don't blame. Oh, sorry, technical difficulties. I don't blame him in the slightest.
for doing what?
His knees gave up, like in my opinion, when the final verdict was done, when it was so, and I don't blame him in the slightest because, like, let's be honest, we were kind of doubting it all, after we were criticizing the defense team and stuff like that. So,
which I still don't think was. I mean, if this had gone to retrial, I would have suggested changes in the way they did things. But I mean, obviously, if you come out with more points than the opposition, you win, and you can't criticize the coaching too much. But ultimately, I thought that they had the wrong take on this, and I thought that they sort of made an easy win harder than it should have been. But who's to say? I mean, but I do think that Binger's little strategies and stuff, which should have been shut down, I think did sway some of the jury for a while. And I think that's what was taking so long. I still think they were hung up on stuff that wasn't even relevant. I have no way of knowing. And by the way, we have to give out some props here. And I think we have to give out some props to Judge Schroeder. I don't agree with the way he's handled everything. But ultimately, I think he did defend the right of the accused pretty well. And he actually defended the right of the prosecution to prosecute its case. It's not his fault that Binger took it way too far. And in reality, Binger got off light because he got yelled at, but you could tell by Binger's reactions he didn't care. He just walked away from the judge like, yeah, screw you, as the judge is just hollering at him. So Binger was not fazed at all by Judge Schroeder's tirade. I would have been tempted to give him jail time, but go ahead. Let me finish this one thing off. Let's give some props to whatever jurors that were initially against Kyle but changed their mind. Hey, that's what it's about. Looking over the evidence, they collected the evidence and they went over and over and over it, which is why it took so long. And evidently, at some point, they decided, okay, not guilty, and they have to get credit for that. I mean, they came in with whatever preconceived notions they had, but ultimately they changed their mind, and that's what you have to do.
I just want to apologize to both you and audience. Could you entertain them in a few minutes for a bit? I needed to order pizza because I rushed home to just share the joy. You know what I mean? So
you want to take over there?
Yeah, but they'll call me when they are here. So I'll then just close off my camera and it will be your show for a bit.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Yeah, but I must say that this, like Mr. Richie Corner here, this is not over. The prosecution needs to be investigated for professional misconduct on multiple counts. I 100% agree. And it started last year, like from the start already. Like just holy shit.
And keep in mind, I think that part of it, as I mentioned, it wasn't so bad that he, in my opinion, I mean, he clearly knew he was going over the line. He just did it anyway. But his behavior was just a bunch of like, yeah, I got away with it. I got this information out in front of the jury as I wanted. This is a tactic that worked for me. And I think that is what would enrage any kind of review board more than anything else. It's just his total contempt for the process. It's one thing if the judge catches you and say, oh, okay, you're right. Sorry, judge. Yeah, it'd be phony, but at least you're showing that you fear the repercussions about what you just did. He had no fear at all. He is absolutely shameless.
Yeah, and for example, I was watching the Rekia stream here and there, and they were literally saying that Binger knows how to work the judge. For example, that he was, just filibustering, is that the word? And that he was talking and talking and talking, and basically the judge kind of got lost in that, and was like, okay, yeah, let's go with it. And I must say, for example, in my opinion, the video, the drone video, should have been tossed, or at least saying that Kyle points his rifle at people. I mean, I'm sorry that.
I really think the prosecution really miscalculated there. I thought that, and I could be wrong, but I thought that the prosecution basically said, "Yeah, we know he's kind of blown it here, whatever, but we've got this." And that's the jury is not going to care. And even Kevin Mathewson said the jury is not even worried about the drone footage. But I have a feeling that they were swayed by that more than we thought. And I thought that Sharafazi really didn't take Neil's phone call seriously enough. And if this is going to go to a retrial, I would have been pounding on Sharafazi's email saying, "Hey, you need to get this shit straightened out here. Yes. You're allowing Binger to get away with that, and don't think that this can't sway the jury. In fact, I kind of think it did. If you go back, what was it that caused a few jurors, and I assume that there must have been 3 or 4, to refuse to go along with an acquittal? And I think that mischaracterization of the final moments of the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum was one of them. That preconceived notions that they had, and a little bit of politics too.
Yeah, in my opinion, what happened? They, after the provocation, right, when Kyle aimed his rifle at Zeminski's, I think when one of the jurors wanted or maybe multiple jurors wanted the instruction home, they went over it with their spouses. And they came to the conclusion, since Kyle withdrew from the confrontation in good faith, they just wanted the reassurance from their other half, what I mean, basically. Even though, despite they cannot do that, I think that was the case, because, I'm sorry, they all do. Yeah, because they whole week were watching, staring at those jury instructions, going over it again and again for many hours. And here's my pizza. So
okay, I'll take over the controls here. All right, this is Johnny Walker Judd with the play-by-play. Are you still here? Would you throw me out? Oh, okay, there we go. All right. Well, at any rate, logical checkmate. Paul has stepped out of the room for a little while, so I'm here to entertain you. So let's see here. Okay, this is a dog. Ruff, 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 ruff. Pretty clever, huh? Okay, well, at any rate. So getting back on track, the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict is in. Overall, this was a real boondoggle of a trial. I think that the outcome was favorable and just, but it was a real interesting ordeal. And there are a lot of things that I think should have been handled differently. And I will say one of them was Binger should have been mashed down a lot harsher than he was. Yelling at him, and I said this in my video, I mean, yelling at him is like yelling at your dog who's gotten into your pizza. and you scream and holler, and the dog looks, look guilty, and he cowers and shakes. You turn your back, and he's back eating your pizza within 10 minutes. And that's what was happening with Binger. So Binger was going through all the motions of apologies, and well, actually, not even that. He was pretty, I would say, steadfast in his belief that he was doing the right thing, although he knew he wasn't. And that was the big deal. I thought he knew very well that you can't just put forth in front of a jury this idea that, taking the Fifth Amendment, well, that kind of means you're hiding something. The judge was not going to allow that in Binger. When he did it, knew the judge wasn't going to allow it. The judge got really pissed off. But you notice Binger, it didn't stop him at all. He went ahead and kept going with it. And he pulled off his infamous other acts evidence shenanigans and really lit the judge off. But Binger doesn't care, and you'll watch it on video. The judge is just hollering at him, and Binger just kind of saunters away from him. And then throughout the time the judge is yelling at him, he's just looking at his notes. So he didn't care. And so I think that the repercussions for what he was doing had to be harsher to put a stop to it at the outset. And Judge Schroeder, I think against most lawyers, what Judge Schroeder did would probably work okay, but not against Binger. He is absolutely shameless. And I fully support having him hauled up in front of a review board for what he did. Not so much for what he did, but his response to the judge, which was, in my opinion, was blatant contempt of court. So do we have anybody in the chats? Let's see here. I apologize, Mike. I don't have glasses, and I'm kind of watching through sunglasses. It's a little hard for me to read, but I'll do my best here to kind of glance over from time to time. And a few people thanking me, but I have a feeling that people like Rikita, what's his first name? Is it Mike? Mike Rikita, whatever, or Rikita Law. They are the ones that really deserve the credit. I mean, they have a lot of fan base, a huge fan base. I have 400 subscribers, and he's got, I think, in the thousands. And they actually paid very close attention to the trial and really kept up a lot of pressure for the defense. And I think they deserved a lot of credit and praise for that. I forget his first name. Is it Ron Gruber of R&R? Was also another one that kept up constant streams. Think Rick Gore over on Think Like or Good Luck America, that channel on YouTube. He had daily streams. He followed it religiously and pounded the prosecution all the time. And you got to think about it. Without those guys, Binger would have had a lot easier time. You remove any support structures and you give the opposition complete freedom to just run terror on the, let's say the message. And yeah, it can dissuade a jury that would be more inclined to be in favor of exoneration. So I think that a lot of credit goes around to those guys. They devoted a lot of time and I think really helped spread the pro-Kyle word. But I think more importantly than anything else it wasn't just a pro-Kyle word, it was a pro-Kyle legal word. And it gave people who were attacking Kyle a little bit of pause. You might be talking all about the state lines and all that, but you have a number of lawyers on YouTube and they have huge followings and they're saying this kid's innocent. Maybe I should rethink it. Think I am jumping the gun a little bit here with this guilty thing. And I think that those guys, Rikita and Gruber, I think it's Gruber, and Gore and all these others, they're the ones that put the kernel of the idea in these others that perhaps they might have just gotten it wrong. And yeah, it's not going to dissuade the deeply committed, but there are people who will at least second guess their leanings and maybe think to themselves, yeah, maybe I don't know everything there is to know about this case. And that's the best you can do. None of the stuff I put out was ever going to convince anyone that was dead set that Kyle was a murderer to change their mind. But it's the people on the fringes, the ones that are like, they think that Kyle is guilty, but they're really not quite sure. Those are the ones that you reach. and it looks like Paul is back, and I think I did a pretty good job of filling in the air. And
Yes.
I need him because I can't read. So,
Yeah,
and
all
it's not
good.
lack of an education. It's I really can't see too well.
Sure. We have here from Partly Sunny. Dominic Black is off the hook now, right?
Well,
Yes,
he's got a court case coming, and I think it's in a couple of days. My suspicion is that that's when they will announce that charges have been dropped. Binger has this bad habit of waiting till the last moment to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, with the truck driver.
Guy Smith, right? So
that was just a dick move.
Yeah, he's going to make Dominic sweat as long as he can. But
yeah,
I think at this point, I mean, hell, if you are Dominic and your lawyer can't get charges dropped now, boy, you need a new lawyer.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking. I mean, maybe definitely. There's something in there that I'm not seeing, but I looked at the statutes that I cannot imagine what you could possibly charge him for now.
Yeah, and that's one thing. But even if they would charge him with giving the firearm, basically providing the firearm for someone, since Kyle didn't commit any crime, whatever, that should be just a misdemeanor or something, right?
No, I can give you a firearm. I can give you a firearm.
Yeah, okay.
You're an adult. You're legally allowed to have it. And
there you go.
You didn't give it to him as a permanent possession. It was clearly loaned to him that night. And if Kyle's legally allowed to possess it, it's no different than loaning my buddy a hunting rifle, to go hunting.
Definitely. I'll be careful with that, or we will get accused that Kyle was hunting that in Kenosha.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that. But I looked at the statutes carefully, and the same exact, let's say, what do you call exceptions that applied to Kyle apply to Dominic. The same ones, same judge. So if the judge doesn't rule this, to drop, he's going to have some weird explaining to do. How the hell do you explain that?
Yeah.
And by the way, he hates Binger anyway. So
yeah. For a second, I bet you sent 2 American flags in the chat. Here it is, just as a text. So we have here Johnny Walker Red. Thank you for all of your research and streams from Stephen Roberts.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, appreciate it. And thanks for the kind comments. And by the way, they're not stopping. They're not stopping. Hell, I got Binger to hammer on for the next year, and I'm going to hammer him. That Binger boneheaded moment lives on because he doesn't. Just stopping now is not repercussion enough. He deserves all the scoring he gets, and I'm going to try as hard as I can to keep up the pressure. And I think I'm going to include Krause in here and get some Krause boneheaded moments in there as well because he deserves a lot of scoring too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Krause didn't even have to get involved in this if he didn't want to. He chose it. Okay, now here's what you get.
Yeah. Neil, by the way, we can. I'll send you. I can send you the link to on the Twitter. By the way, yes, I absolutely hate. I'm sorry, but when he was like, "Oh, Kyle was a coward. He should have just kicked him in the balls," and I'm like, "Are you fucking?"
Who was that? I remember somebody saying that.
That was on the rebuttal. Is that the word? When the prosecution was had the second final statement. Closing statement after the. You know what I mean? The first was prosecution, then the defense, and then the prosecution again. Is that a rebuttal or I don't know? If it's called a rebuttal, whatever. That's where he said it. He was like, "Oh yeah, Mr. Rosenborg was much smaller. Kyle could have kicked him in the crack, between the legs, or fight him off, but he was a coward and he shot him." And I'm like, are you for real? You cannot, what in the fuck? And by the way, we have here a replay just quickly. Yes, we won. Rips blasted them like aliens. You know what I mean? like with a Marine Pulse rifle.
Well, and there's another thing that I disagree with the judge on, and that is the Dr. Black's testimony. I think that there are a lot of things that Black cannot comment on, and one is what is self-defense. The judge is the one that determines that legally. However, there are some issues about what is dangerous that should have been entered in. And one thing that's extremely dangerous, and that is getting into a close fight with somebody while carrying a rifle. You just can't do it.
Yeah.
And one of the training things that you will receive as a police officer is don't bring that rifle with you if there's a chance you're going to get into a close brawl with somebody.
Absolutely.
Now you've got this thing hanging. You can't free your arms up, and it's horrible. And so trying to kick somebody while you are carrying a rifle, what if he grabs hold of your foot?
Yeah.
Now you don't have your rifle.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of people just don't understand that. And that's one of the reasons why I think that, another reason why I think that the AR-15 is not necessarily ideal for what they're trying to do. You need something that you can carry in close quarters in a fight. The problem is Kyle can't legally have a handgun.
Yeah. I managed to mute the microphone before I sneezed. So, well, we welcome audience.
I thought you were throwing up over my argument. Oh my God. I can't believe you stand this crap.
No.
So there was a lot of misconceptions. Krause, I'm sorry, but the women on that jury are not going to be appreciative of you saying that we all get into these brawls once in a while. Yeah, how would you like to be a domestic violence victim and listen to that crap? Oh, come on, can't do that. I mean, we all get into fights. So he busted you up one night. It's not a big deal. But you got a bruise, you lost a tooth. Come on, we all have that happen to us once in a while.
Definitely. Ripley is saying, after all our work, blood, sweat, and tears, all the idiots, it finally paid off. Mate, you got it wrong, after all the blood, sweat, and beers, just saying. So,
yeah. Well, just as a kind of a cautionary note, it's not necessarily over in terms of the feds. I don't see anything happening here. But I think that the feds could make some noise, but overall, I mean, obviously the big charges are gone now. I mean, and as I pointed out in my video, even if things go south on him there, he's not facing much. But
can you imagine the support? Because he got so much, rightfully so. He got so much support as of now when just the state government was involved. When the federal government gets involved, like the people will be like, holy shit! I'm sorry, that would be political suicide for whoever would be bringing it up.
Yeah, and nobody wants to take on a lost cause. And I think that what will happen is, now keep in mind, we also have the Ahmaud Arbery case going on. I think they're just going to shift their focus over there.
They'll pretend it didn't happen, right?
Yeah. Of course, there's talk about lawsuits now that they're going to sue Kyle, which is kind of odd because, and I don't know what the state law is, but Kyle was a minor when he did this. So, don't know.
But by the way, I don't know if this is true. I actually would like to ask you if you know something about it. I was watching today Actual Justice Warrior video, and he mentioned that since Kyle was underage, that the libel laws are not as strict, that he would have easier time suing when they were lying about him or saying like rather not nice things, the media, about him when he was still 17. Is that true?
Okay, now you're talking about the civil suit?
Yeah, when Kyle is suing media, right, for the slander, for the libel, and everything like that.
Yeah.
Today I watched the Actual Justice Warrior, and he, with us, with certainty, he said that since Kyle was 17, or at the time when he was 17 and he was underage, for the things, for the lies, etc., that was printed about him, that the media doesn't have as strong protection against libel suits or like slander suits, etc., when they were lying about him when he was still underage.
Yeah, there could be something of that. I don't know if that is actually codified, but it probably would be taken into account. You're not just lying about some adult; you're lying about a kid and minor. And by the way, I should take that back. I do know that there are special protections for minors. Now, a 17-year-old being tried as an adult might not count as a minor.
Right.
But whatever the case, the rifle thing is going to be an issue there. It's going to be the comments about him being a dropout, the comments about how, Well, you
Well,
get the idea.
white supremacist by Joe Biden.
Yeah, that was a big
I'm
one.
sorry. Yeah, that's
You know,
that was just
it's one
disgusting.
thing, and a lot of people have been saying, well, what, can he sue that senator that right after the shooting claimed to be a white supremacist? Probably not. She is protected by if she can somehow connect her tweet to her role as a senator, which she should be easily able to do, then she's protected. And furthermore, at that time, it's a little bit more excusable to make that mistake. Um, over time, as more information comes out, you have less protection because you should have known. It would have been easy for you to determine whether this was right or wrong before you printed it. And I have a feeling that um, that will be an issue. As far as Kyle being sued, he doesn't have any money, so the lawyers are like, that's the reason why with the Gage Grosskreutz suing everybody, he didn't name Kyle. Kyle
Yeah.
wasn't named as a defendant. Kyle got no money.
By the way, we had a question. I didn't want to bring it up because it didn't make sense. If Kyle could sue Gage Grosskreutz for attempted murder, no, not really. No, because guys, ultimately, is it feasible that Gage Grosskreutz acted in good faith? Yeah, it is feasible. You don't see into his head. You know what I mean? Like the bullshit that he didn't want to shoot any. Like fuck off, Gage. That's just not true. Why would you be pointing it at his? And hey, if it's true, then don't carry gun, because you are just giving. You know, if you are not willing to shoot your attacker, then you are giving your attacker an extra gun, you know, to attack you with.
Yeah.
So yeah, but one thing that you could do for Gage trouble is that he lied under oath, in my opinion.
That will not fly either.
Okay.
Perjury is almost never going to be levied against somebody for what they say on the stand. Usually your perjury is like lying on forms, things that you can codify and say, here's what you explicitly signed and filled out. But perjury for people lying on the stand is really rare. And there's also kind of an assumption that people make that, yeah, it was perjury, but he was kind of trying to, you know, protect himself. It's just really difficult to prosecute that. If you perjure under less noble reasons, for lack of a better word, your chances are better. But I haven't heard I can't even recall the last time somebody was perjured or faced perjury charges for lying under oath. It's just really uncommon. We sort of accept the fact that witnesses are going to sort of, you know, float one. I mean, the Kenosha car dealers are far bigger trouble for perjury if that was the case than Gage, because they had less stake in terms of the outcome, although they really were facing some serious issues there. But if anybody's going to be facing perjury, it would be them. But I don't think you're going to see anything. One more thing I want to comment. I don't think Kyle wants to take on any action against anybody anymore. Hey, man, he's been through an ordeal. Let's go sue Gage Grosskreutz. No, he's not going to want it. He just wants to walk away from this shit. And I don't blame him one bit.
Yeah.
And Gage doesn't have anything to sue for.
Right.
What are you going to get the estate of Gage Grosskreutz handed to you? Could be put into a paper bag.
40 caliber, you know, like a Glock and you know, maybe wallet or whatever he was carrying. I don't know.
Yeah.
But well, he will be suing. Well, the lawyers in his name will be suing the media, which
I think you're going to see a lot of this, and some of the stuff that came out recently is really inexcusable. But you know, like you say, like the View is what I would go after, and MSNBC is another good target.
Yeah.
And you know, the whole jury tainting thing was bad. Oh my God. I don't think I've ever heard of that happening before. But,
definitely. Richie Corner is saying here, Grosskreutz is suing Kenosha and might win a big settlement from them. As I heard, they prefer to settle than fight, even easy to win cases. I think this one is way too easy to win for them.
Yeah, well, they're just going to look at the person that's the attorney for Grosskreutz and say, "Hey, we can win this." How can you possibly lose to Kimberly Motley? If you lose to Kimberly Motley, there should be some sort of wall of shame that you could put up. I could beat Kimberly Motley. I mean, so yeah, but like I say, it's other people's money, and that's the problem. It's just whatever. We'll give them 100,000 to go away, and of course they'll be like all hush hush on this. So Gage will walk around like he won millions, but they'll probably offer him something in the tens of thousands. Just let this thing die down. And Gage being broke, and they know he's broke. They know he's starving for another, and so they're going to give him a certain amount of money just to make him go away, and he'll take it. Because what other game does he have going on, right? His problem is his lawyer. I don't know if you recall it, but there was at a time during the bail hearings where she was going off about people of color, like how the world is against people of color or whatever. Her client is white, sitting there. Like, I thought you're supposed to be representing him. And she still can't pronounce his name, so yeah. But he still sticks with her.
I think she's working pro bono / a cut whatever she manages to sue out. So,
well, if she's working pro bono, well, all right. I mean, you're taking a gamble. I mean, that's okay.
Yeah, or / what I mean, like, hey.
Well, contingency. Yeah, okay, that's more like it. No, she's not working pro bono. He is an ambulance chaser if there ever was.
That's a good idea. Actually, we'll do that. Please invite Tammy Paulson to the stream. I actually sent her the invite. Let's see, like if she will accept that.
Yeah, tell her though that we're having a cry out. We're really upset. Come on in here, Tammy. Kind of help us make us get through this. We're plotting strategies for the eventual. I know what retrial of Kyle over these charges. She's too stupid. She'll never understand.
Jesus, but like, I mean, she's a definition of a zealot. By the way, for the audience who doesn't know who we are talking about, we have let's say hater, like just staunch anti-Kyle on Twitter. Jesus. Can you guys like send it to me on Twitter, for example? I can find her right now. I don't want to take too much time with that.
Deleted her account.
Yeah,
well, I mean, they come in, make noise, and then they leave. So.
Well, she had some 1,500 followers, but most of that were people that
hated her.
That. What I mean, that and back.
I don't know. These are molecules. These are molecules.
Yeah. If someone follows me on Twitter, by the way, guys, I don't automatically follow back. For this reason. You know what I mean? Like Yeah. Sorry, by the way, if I was here and there a bit spamming too much, needed to promote my content and stuff like that. I actually found it for that another. Yeah, but I found it for that actually another Twitter account, so I don't clog the feed. So yeah, what else I wanted to talk about? Oh yeah, one thing. This trial, in my opinion, like showed the necessity to have a gun nut and a technical wizard in the courtroom right then and there with you, because they could have found, for example, on Binger and stuff like that, when especially when Kyle was on the stand, they could have just destroyed some Binger's arguments and stuff like that by having a gun nut. Hey, cheers, Neil.
Yo.
By having a gun nut there and be like, hey guys, ask him this, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. And Miss Visco, when she was, for example, comparing the two files, the meta that she made a mistake there, because she was comparing two irrelevant, the dates of the, let's say, high definition footage file and the low definition footage file, the creation date. That was irrelevant. She should have compared it to when she got the email, when the email was sent. If the file was created before that, there was clear tampering with the evidence.
I tell you what, I have to send off an email. Why don't you and Neil take over for a bit? I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay.
How's it going, man?
Yeah, all good. Johnny, I'll mute you or...
I'll just remove it. I'm just going to leave. I'll just stream back in.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Fuck yeah! it's awesome. How's your band, by the way, going, when it's, getting lifted?
It's gonna probably be about, I think it's like another 5 days.
Oh, fuck me.
I'm not going to talk about what I was talking about because I don't want it to happen to you.
Please don't.
But people should check out my BitChute or my Rumble to learn what happened because it was crap.
Want to send it, to me via private chat, the link for it. For example, I put it in the, in the live chat.
Sure.
By the way, so where you guys, I didn't have time to catch your stream with the Unrealists. Were you guys screaming or what's up,
dude, it was more like just like shock, that like the culmination of all of this was finally over.
Yeah.
After like a year of being up to my neck in all of this, it was finally coming to a head. So crazy, man, just freaking crazy. And I'm interested to see what comes next. I'm actually like, there's a streamer sitting outside in Kenosha right now where Black Lives Matter is speaking. But
yeah, I hope no shit hits the fan because, but it wasn't big enough, right? I didn't have time to catch any of the streams from today from outside. Did it get bigger? But there are more people.
Right.
Oh fuck! Now I'm asking you, Matt. Since you were watching it, did it get bigger throughout
Did what get bigger?
The protests in front of the
Not
courthouse?
Really. Although, I mean, It looks like there's people out there now. There really hasn't been more than like a couple dozen people at a time out there. So it hasn't been, like I was actually kind of surprised. There's been a lot of yelling and screaming, but for the most part, people have just been keeping their hands to themselves, which I'm pretty happy with. Like the stream that's outside right now, I guess I can let me just share this to you. You can throw it up and just like mute it or whatever, but this is the only person I know who's out there at the moment. I'll drop it in the StreamYard thing.
I was just writing to Kevin, my face on, if he would. So, yeah.
So in the StreamYard chat, you can put that up and I would just mute it.
Oh, yeah.
But that's people standing out there right now. But yeah, Gloria, I spoke about a topic for about 10 seconds in an 8-hour stream. So I don't even know like what was going on. But then like I appealed because they got me for a misinformation strike for that. And it wasn't even what my stream was about. Not even close. It was like maybe 2 or 3 comments on a conversation going on in the chat at the time. And I appealed and they were literally back with me within like 10 minutes, which was really strange to me because normally it takes like a good 24 hours before you hear back. So it literally just felt like somebody was at the keyboard waiting for me to appeal so that they could deny it. So, but that's what's going on in Kenosha right now. That's Never Stop Voices' stream. He gave me permission to use it. So
yeah, well, we can definitely react to it and stuff like that in good faith. Yeah. I mean, I just don't understand how there can be someone can go through so much trouble as to go, and we have General Control back. Someone can go through so much trouble as to go to Kenosha, drive physically there, and not know anything about the case, like at all.
There was a lot of that, and it's still going on.
Wait, do they have them like superheroes? Like
yes,
like
they do. That's what you're looking at. Yes, that's actually yeah. I got into it with Liberal Dan about that today because he was posting something about rape culture, and I said, "Is woke rape culture when you're walking around with signs of a rapist and a domestic abuser who were shot and killed protesting, that a rapist was shot in the back by police, and then none of the rapes of any of the people in question or domestic violence of any of the people in question is visible. It's all invisible." Because what rape culture is supposed to be, according to the modern woke, is that we just sweep rapes under the rug and we don't talk about them. But that's literally what the woke are doing right now about these rapes. And just like Tara Reid, woman comes forward and says Biden did something, and all of a sudden it's invisible.
Oh, wait until we have the Crystal Kaiser case come up, and then when rape is going to be everything. Oh, yeah, he was a rapist. Whatever she did to him, she may have burned him alive, but he was a rapist. Right, it's going to go right at 180 degrees.
Yeah, And I just wonder if basically because I'm still of the position that I don't have much problems with her actions that much. Maybe she could
I don't
be
know
guilty.
yet. I haven't seen all the evidence, but
Yeah. Like I mean, from what I've seen, yeah. Or like this, that there's a benefit of the doubt that I can give her, even with all that I know. But I'll see if that will play any. Because I defended Kyle Rittenhouse throughout the year or / his actions, whatever. I just wonder if I get any, I don't know, credit or when people will bring up, oh yeah, you defended Kyle Rittenhouse, the white supremacists and everything. Yeah, and I also defend the Crystal Kaiser. Just saying, like maybe. But yeah, if you ever hear from Gentry, I just saw that there are rumors that DOJ will bring cases. I don't know what those would be. Thoughts? Question.
DOJ,
I don't know what.
Nothing they can do.
That's really.
He's probably talking about the U.S. Department of Education.
Shh. You just misgendered her. That's Gentry, like from Twitter also.
We gotta see if. New York City Antifa is whining about Michael Reinhold getting killed. Anyway, we should see if Paul Katz wants to come on with us.
Yeah, actually, yeah. U.S. Department of Education, they could try a civil rights deal. Has no chance at all. They tried to do that with the Michael Brown case. Didn't work. The bar is way too high for that, and I don't even think they're going to try. The other thing is the straw purchase deal. I mean, the Department of Education could try something there. I don't think they will, but at least there's a better chance of that happening than any kind of civil rights violation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, the fact that the guys are white really makes it hard to bring a civil rights case against Kyle Rittenhouse, right? I mean, even when the opponent is black, it's still difficult. I mean, Michael Brown, they tried, the U.S. Department of Justice investigated and said, no, there's no case here.
Yeah.
For Kyle, it's really no case. He shot white people.
Yeah.
Right.
No chance at all.
Well, I'll address that in a bit. Just now, could you? I sent in a private chat the link for Paul. I cannot find him right now. Since
I know he's active on Twitter. Hopefully, you'll see it.
Yeah. So send it to him, please. Since you don't have camera, so you can be, anonymous behind it. Hopefully, if they bring, for against the jump kick man, something like, oh yeah, he showed at a black person or something like that. That would be just, yeah.
Just a question. You sent this link in there. Am I supposed to do anything with it, or are you just notifying?
No, that's for Neil. That's for Neil. He has a contact on Paul Katz. Did you guys talk? Johnny, with Paul Katz?
But last time I spoke to
Paul, my Twitters. That's been it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm just saying. The last time I spoke to Paul, I said, "Okay, I think I got you wrong."
Yeah.
I mean, I know some people are not going to be happy about it, but the trial came and went. We saw no evidence whatsoever that Paul Katz was doing anything behind the scenes. So as far as I'm concerned, his change of heart was genuine. And if you're going to try to get me to change my mind on that, you're going to have to provide a lot of evidence, because at this point, I tend to believe him.
Yeah. Yeah, and I had that kind of gut instinct about it initially. He turned into a Twitter activist. Honestly, he was just this active about it. As Skarlet or any of the others at that point, just openly calling them out for their nonsense. So.
Neil, did you send to Paul the? Invite?
I didn't send it to him yet. Let me see. I sent him a message and asked if he wanted to come on, but he said sure. Okay, so. What link am I sharing with him, or did you send it?
No, it's in a private chat. It is.
Okay.
That. Because I couldn't find him on Twitter. By the way, I just wanted to say we have here, from CB, Kaiser will have a hard time. It was a premeditated murder. Yeah, for the most part, but it is.
Well, she's not claiming self-defense.
Yeah, that's definitely. But you are, for example, the legal expert here, like General Red, let's say the moral compass or something like that, or benefit of the doubt. I was, for example, saying that with Crystal Kaiser because I forgot his name, the
Randall,
sex trafficker, Volar, Randy Volar. Yeah, Randy Volar was that very day released from custody of the police after a 15-year-old girl reported him for kidnapping her, holding her as a certain slave and stuff like that. And well, the police let him go, and so I think that there is possibility that Ms. Kaiser was like, oh well, police won't do it. I have to protect us. You know what I mean? Me, my 15-year-old friend, cousin, whatever. Something along those lines. That I would give her benefit of the doubt there.
So was it? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, keep in mind that the safe harbor thing that it's an affirmative defense that she's applying has its own criteria. And so if we're going to be sticklers about Kyle Rittenhouse's, the statutes and what, the provocation, all that stuff, then we're going to have to lean heavily on, I think there's 5 criteria. And we should be consistent in maintaining our focus on those things and not just this, well, she was I think she really didn't like Randall Volar and like that kind of stuff. I kind of went over those criteria, and I think she's kind of got an uphill battle.
Yeah, definitely. There will be between lawyers and stuff like that. But, well, imagine this, there will be playing politics and stuff like that, definitely at all. And optics now, after Kyle's case.
Oh
Jesus.
Lord.
I mean... I cannot believe that I would have said it, but I don't envy the position. You know what I mean? I would not wish this on the DA, but on the other hand, you know what I mean? Binga did plenty of shady stuff.
If there's anybody praying for a mistrial, it will be Gravely. Oh my gosh. He has to get some way of getting out of this because he's definitely between a rock and a hard place, and he put himself there.
Yes.
So absolutely. I was going to ask you, Johnny, was my tweet to you the first news you got of this, or did you already hear about it?
Of what?
Of the verdict today for Kyle.
Oh, I don't recall. I got a tweet about it, but I don't recall if it was from you. And I just said,
"Oh, okay."
Whoa! So I headed over. And then I think about a minute later, maybe even seconds later, my wife texted me about it.
Right.
But I didn't get to watch it in live. Went back and watched it again. And yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, you watch that kid as they read those off, and you have to be emotionally affected in some way.
He just fell apart. It was rough.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, this Wendy didn't cry. She just looked like she was happy, and from the first one, I saw a physical reaction. Unfortunately, the camera kind of pans away from her in most of the feeds. I was curious how she was going to react, but it's crazy that, when the first one went down, I kind of knew the rest of them would, like dominoes, because it really all came down to that first answer, really, the first, verdict. The rest of them at that point, I think, are kind of easy street.
I'm telling you, when he broke down, that was so fake. Golly, all those fake tears. He's not even crying. It's so fake. Didn't we hear that over and over again about his first panic attack? That's so fake. Oh my gosh. I can't believe people are believing this. Hey, we got Paul on.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Hey man, what's going on?
Okay.
Good to have you here.
Well, I was keeping an eye on things, a 2 months ago I realized I was wrong about a lot of things. And I've been supporting and hoping for this day, and I'm glad it came. I'm thrilled for the family, and I got to say, I'm just I have a certain amount of admiration for David Hancock. I mean, a lot of outside pressure, a lot of criticism all over the place, and he tended the ship, and I think he had a major role of getting this family through this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, just to play safe, yeah, I needed to ban someone from a chat. I don't know if it was mine's or Johnny's. Yeah, he was saying very racist stuff. Yeah, and I suspect it might have been a provocateur, like false flag trying to get us or something like that. Mate,
Right.
even if it's
I didn't
not,
see it.
that will not simply fly here on. I hope Johnny Walker Dread, you're okay with that either. He was saying really racist stuff, and yeah, no, mate, fuck off.
Yeah.
Right.
So, Paul, I would like to basically ask you what was the point where just quickly for the audience, Mr. Paul Katz here, he was adamant anti-Kyle before he changed his mind, which kudos, mate. But what was like basically the straw that broke the camel's back that made you to change your opinion?
Well, I think there were multiple straws throughout the year, or throughout this last 14 months. And one was, this idea that, Kyle was part of some militia. This had been widely propagated, in a way, even celebrated in some respects from multiple sides. And then it really came out end of, you could say earlier, but certainly definitively by end of last year that no, he was more or less working private security more than anything else. And the whole vigilante rap was just that wrong. And so the other thing that really, I was engaged in online debates, and there's this big question of, well, what about the initial confrontation, and what if, what really happens, around that area, and the CVS hearing kind of the DA be like, oh well, he ran across the car and said something. Across two parked cars, not one, by the way. I think there was a car by the Duramax. It was just such a ridiculous assertion. I'm like, oh my God, this is complete BS. So at that point, it was more like, okay, well, clearly he's not in the wrong with the first confrontation. And the one doubt, and I had some criticism on this, and it may be rightfully deserved, but I shot a video of, well, here's why you should think about acquitting him, right? And there was someone was like, well, really, what did he do wrong at all? And the thing I was concerned about till I'd say Mr. Grosskreuz's testimony was that the potential that he said something along the lines of I didn't shoot anybody, and how that could have provoked the response might be a negative thing for him. And what was really a relief, Gage, when Mr. Grosskreutz took the stand, he was like, I went after him because he said he was working with the police or something like that. It had nothing to do.
He said that he was reacting to the Ryan Balch statement that the cops said to push he basically thought that Kyle said I was working with the police, like to shoot protesters, which to me only makes it worse. Like the implications of what that would mean is, oh, okay, so what were you going to do? Apprehend him? Were you going to citizens arrest him because you thought he was illegally working with the police? It also cements that he didn't really mean, he wasn't trying to, he was trying to prevent him from getting to the police. Mm-hmm. Like that, yeah. So that's why he's telling everybody to stop him. That just, so many of these things just did not get, did not get hammered home the way they should have been.
Well, the one thing I'm happy the jury saw through is at the very end, Krause, I think, said it was, he's lying to people and that's provocative. No, I mean, it was proven on the stand that's not what happened. And these people were following him. It's very much a proximate cause thing. Like anything he was saying at the time had nothing to do with it. And, I mean, I'm glad the jury saw through it. And, I think it's for sure. I think they methodically had to walk through it the last couple of days. I think the holdouts had to be walked through the jury instructions. I think that's why one of them took it home. And I think it ended properly.
If I may, just how idiotic that is, the lying to people that makes him guilty and stuff like that. Apparently in old Viking law, and by the way, I have this just from two sources, yeah, so if I got this wrong, then I do apologize. But if you needed to defend yourself and kill someone in self-defense, you could pass a few houses before you would, and then you needed to, first person you encountered, you needed to tell them what happened, and you were allowed to pass few houses because the relatives of the killed man could be living there. so you don't kill more people. It's to get out of the danger zone before you say, hey, I killed someone in self-defense. That's like, yeah.
and no, I honestly think that's what a couple of the jury members had to be walked through, because one could argue it's anecdotally, if you believe that's what he said. And I'm not even going to factually say it, because I know there's some dispute there, and that's fine. But even if he had said it, as you say, it's not seeking additional conflict. It's not a trick. It's to not have to do any more. And so, yes, I think some people had to be walked through that logic, frankly. Myself included, really. I think someone online, Rape Matter, said something like, look, if he's not responsible for the first conflict, what did he seriously do wrong? And it's like, actually, okay, yeah. And so it's certainly, there was some walking through online on Twitter for me that, and certainly, and just every single time the state tried to ban exculpatory evidence, that just sort of hammered the point home even more. It was like, yeah, I mean, let's get rid of the fact that the police told him he was doing a good job. I mean, it's like, well, what? Or, in that vein. I mean, that's not exactly what he said, but I mean, they were literally trying to ban stuff that helped him, and that's just when it's like, come on, guys, like, yeah.
So now, like, Katz or Paul, I was telling people earlier that it's interesting now that you've kind of come full circle around this. You've kind of become like a warrior on Twitter against misinformation, and now that you've been on all sides of this situation, how does it compute for you now to just see how ridiculous the stuff that people say about this is? Like, I mean, does it change anything about your perspective? Does you just like, Jesus, look at these people? Because people are still saying crap that was disproven like within 3 nights of the event.
I think what's interesting is you kind of get focused on the falsehoods on maybe one side and not the other. And, certainly, the 11 minutes of truth video, it had some generous editing. And it's easy to be like, oh, well, that's not right. That's not right. And you almost are blinded to the inconsistencies and the lies that are happening on the other side. And so, like, once you realize, oh, wait, no, Kyle did nothing wrong. And you start looking at what other people are saying. It's like, oh my God. I mean, it's just incredible that, I mean, every so often I'd be on Twitter and be like, people like, you bad-mouthing the judge. I'm like, no, the judge is doing his job, right? Don't, like, there's nothing in his record that says that he's remotely biased. I mean, he seems like a good guy. But yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, you had like George Takei, like, saying they were victims. And it's like, dude, like, right? I mean, I don't know. Yes, I mean, there are the fact that people are still doing it today. I mean, if they want to go online, and say that I've actually watched every day of trial and want to back up their statements, okay, great, do that. But I don't think they watched a minute, if even an hour of what happened in there.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to say with George Takei, it was such a. He basically when the Cal shooting happened, he was like, oh yeah, white supremacist this, blah blah blah, what the fuck ever, right? And then when the Simpkins shooting happened, oh, we need to be understanding and blah blah blah, and I blame the Texas gun laws, for this situation. I was like, you've got to be shitting me. I mean, like, you just can't be real. Oh, but hey, I just we have here. I would like to keep this stream if that's okay. Kind of not super serious because this is fucking first celebration. By the way, guys, you are free tomorrow on Saturday, like evening.
We'll see. It's possible.
No, not really. Fuck.
No, I'm actually en route to a destination, so I will not be available after all. So.
Okay, we can schedule maybe for the next weekend. GL, on behalf of those that believe the right to self-defense, I think we need to give a big applause to V Radio for spending countless hours putting together all the video needed to show the truth. Mate, fuck yeah.
Thanks,
I know it kind of sounded sarcastic right now, but it wasn't.
No.
But yeah, you like really did like a lot, and just like the shit that you needed to pull together and stuff like that, the research. So yeah, that you definitely deserve props. You know what I mean on that. Even though I beat you to kind of identify Dzeminski by 2 weeks, but hey, whatever.
Well, nobody in the United States knew it back then.
Okay,
but regardless, the thing about it is that I mean, what I'm at this point motivated by. Like, I even put up a super chat to Rakita Law because they brought Darth Crypto on, and Darth Crypto does okay stuff on Twitter, but for me, it isn't about like competing with anybody. It's just about like, I'd like to have a larger audience so I have more power to do more help. That's where we're at. And there's so much crap that we put together that like they should have had a long time ago. And that's something that frustrated me watching the trial. Like, what stressed me out about it? Like, I don't know Kyle Rittenhouse personally. I don't know his family. It's just when they were openly saying shit that just wasn't true, not even a little true, in the courtroom, drives you absolutely freaking batty, and they still do it. And like I'm still looking at this stream going on outside in Kenosha, and they're just still saying stuff that just isn't true. And that's the misinformation is so out of control right now. And, so I just overall, and even my work was just more or less just kind of grabbing. What is it? What are you laughing at?
Johnny's reaction.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it. But anyway, it's just to say that there are still people saying crap that we disproved a long time ago, and they're not like doing anything about it. They're not changing it, and the media is still going insane. Like, I just read I have this tweet that's like kind of on fire right now on my wall because it's a MSNBC saying something along the lines of this trial was designed to protect white people who kill or something like that. It's just crazy that people are this completely irresponsible with their audience.
Because they custom ordered it, like literally they like a pizza, like
right.
This was a plot, sure, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the comeback is, hey, 12 people all looked at the evidence, all 12 agreed. And these weren't people hand-picked out of, the NRA conference. They're just normal people.
Right.
And of course, oh, wait a minute, I forgot. Kyle picked the names out of that raffle box. So,
oh my God.
Oh gosh. I'm sorry. He loaded the jury with his compadres.
If he was lucky on the jury selection, they would have been out of there, like not taking 4 freaking days. I mean, Richard said this was the longest deliberation he's ever had in a case.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah. That's I predicted 2 days. When we first saw it, when they went to deliberation, people on the chat were like, okay, what's taking them so long? It's only been an hour. They're not going to go in there. Let's all take a vote. Okay, let's go back and tell everybody. They thought they were going to get a verdict in an hour. It's like, nah, doesn't take this long. But I didn't think it would take this long.
And they asked for the FBI footage, So I think they were looking at the drone and couldn't decide what was happening there. So they wanted the FBI footage to basically make sense of what is happening on the screen.
Right.
And just Jesus, I wanted to say something, but I also forgot. But yeah. No, someone take over because I lost my train of thought right now.
Yeah, I think the thing that shocked me the most about the trial was just the complete ignorance that people have of our court system, how it works, what the law is, and their ignorance of their own ignorance. What they call metacognition issue, is really serious. They are so convinced they understand that which they really don't. It's one thing to not understand and say, well, I might be wrong, but they don't think they are, and they're still spouting off this nonsense because they're firmly in belief of something, some idea for which they don't even know how they came about it. I mean, what made them think that crossing a state line meant anything? Well, somewhere along the line, they picked up this notion. I don't know where they got it, but obviously they did, and they're so firmly in their belief that there must be something wrong with that.
Well, it honestly looks to me like, I don't know if you've ever programmed, like, say, like for example, a text-based video game where you interact. But anyway, like when there's a script that goes along with a certain thing, then there'll be code associated with that thing, and it feels like the cross state line thing is like partially deleted code, because the issue of whether or not he had crossed state lines with the gun would have been the only time that was relevant. It's not relevant literally to anything else in the case. So then when the issue of him having never crossed state lines with the gun was brought to fruition, people in their ignorance still believe in some way. That's why I said partially deleted code, because like if say you're programming an NPC, in a computer game, if there's partially deleted code, the NPC may still say something that doesn't make any sense anymore because you've deleted the rest of it. So that's what state lines at this point is about, because state lines literally has no impact on any of the other charges other than one that was dropped months ago. But people still don't know any better.
Well, speaking, just Paul, if I can, I'll let you speak. But we just have, development representative Radler of some DOJ, what the fuck ever. This is heartbreaking verdict. This heartbreaking verdict is a miscarriage of justice and sets a dangerous precedent, which justifies federal review by DOJ. Justice cannot tolerate armed persons crossing state lines looking for trouble while people engage in First Amendment protected protest.
Boy,
they are literally they are thinking about bringing some federal charges, against Kyle. Like, holy shit! Like, you cannot be serious.
Well,
right. Let's let Paul speak. We spoke for a bit.
That's crazy. I'm not gonna. I don't want to say it, but I mean, Biden has a few million reasons maybe not to do it.
What happened? Oh, sorry.
I would say, like, there's regarding the advocacy, and there's a little anecdote, because I was told basically, get off social media, and I'm going to take a break from it. When I was talking to a potential therapist about just maybe some just being maybe overly engaged on social media, and I brought up the case, and they're like, "Oh, you mean the Across State Lines kid?" And I was like, "Holy shit." Like, this is literally perpetuated on every level. Like, just a random guy on a phone who I'm seeking therapy from thinks that this kid is guilty because he crossed state lines. So that's one reason I kind of re-engaged, because it was just like, okay, yeah, let's.
So I don't want to real quick. According to Kenosha County News Scanner, shots fired, 61 12th Avenue, multiple shots heard in the area. 2 vehicles leaving the area, 1 person with gunshot wound, maroon trail blazer, possible suspect left be on 13th Avenue, suspect wearing red and orange hoodie, shell casings located. I don't know if that's related or if it's just regular Kenosha crime, which
it's hard to tell nowadays.
Yeah, apparently that just happened.
Right.
There's nothing on I'm checking the live feed from Never Stop Voices, and
no, it's not near him. That would be somewhere else. Go ahead.
I would just ask people, hey, why don't we wait to find out who shot who before we start going on to Twitter and saying that this is an example of white supremacism or this is an example of BLM violence?
Yeah.
Why can't we just hold off? What's the rush? What's the urge to get the first word in on something that may be incorrect?
Yeah.
Wise words.
100%. I'm sorry, but the whole situation was started by literally people not knowing what happened with Jacob Blake. Yeah. And that's a great example. And I'm sorry, why is no one holding the media accountable for this shit? Because they have the blood on their hands. That's on them, literally.
Well, Kyle might be. We'll see.
Yeah. We have here from JL saying nothing new with Kenosha. Lived in the near area. So,
yeah. Well, just keep in mind, they have 4 big cases. Well, Kyle is just finished, but they got Crystal Kaiser. They have, what was his name? They have the one guy who killed his parents, and they have the one who shot up that tavern. They have a backlog of essentially high-profile murder charges coming down the pike.
100%. Jesus. I hope Kevin is okay. I wrote him. He read it, but he did not reply. Yeah, I wrote to Kevin Matthews like to basically come on if he's interested. That I would like to know, how it was looking in the courtroom and stuff like that, how the jury like was appearing, etc.
It would be good and nice to hear his comments.
Yeah, 100%. By the way, God damn it, I get lost track of stuff. I know what I wanted to say with the. Like, how is it possible that a representative, I'm guessing he's in the Mr. Nadler, that someone so highly positioned can know so little about it, that he's literally in the Department of Justice, that he thinks that what was happening in Kenosha was just people protesting, expressing their First Amendment rights, or exercising their First Amendment rights. Are you for real? That's one thing. And the other one is, Kyle basically, and this is a great example of why to have firearms, because Kyle had a firearm. He could choose if he will be victim, yes or no. He chose not to be. If you don't have a firearm or other force multiplier, the choice is in someone else's hands.
Paul, weren't you going to say something, meaning Katz?
I mean, I was just talking about just randomly just how much the across state lines thing had just really just exploded. It's just it's like a fake drumbeat. And just how I randomly encountered it. Just I am trying to kind of come away from this and just decide, well, okay, let's go back and be more helpful. The federal charges thing, I don't understand at all. This wasn't even really at a protest per se. Like the protest was downtown. And the protesters were joined by rioters and were driven out to a business district. It's not like there's just this. It's not like Kyle even wanted to even. He didn't intend to protest. Like it wasn't a counter protest. It's just crazy. Just the false narratives. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. By the way, GL says no. It's not. I'm sorry. It's not GL. Samuel Spencer says this would be double jeopardy if the feds come in. It won't. They'll charge them under different things like civil rights violations, but they have essentially no chance of winning. The straw purchase thing is maybe the only thing that they could get him.
We cannot forget that in the end, the person that said it is a politician, just trying to get some political points,
Well, and I think that part of this is it's like the birthday card you sign in the office, I think, like, okay, happy birthday, you put your name on it. They tweet out these things because it just looks good to their constituents. Like, yeah, all right, our man's going to be fighting for us. But I have a feeling the person himself may even realize, yeah, that ain't going to happen. But it's hard to say.
Yeah.
I think
awesome.
We're getting to a point now where like the long-term implications society-wise of what's going to happen are going to be clear. Like, unfortunately, this seems to be the left is going to double down, which is what they're doing right now in that Never Stop Voices stream. They're basically just saying, this is proof of white supremacy and blah, blah, blah. Like, there was no outcome of this short of them just getting whatever they want all the time that they were going to process any other way. And it's crazy to me. Like right now, in his stream, somebody just said it's now okay for kids to buy guns and solve their problems with each other. And I'm like, as if that wasn't already going on in high crime areas. Like,
and by the way, just think how hypocritical it is with McKay brand. Oh, teenagers had knife fights, for a millennia. Like, holy shit.
Right. You should have just let them. You should have just let her stab the other girl. Like that's an example of something that is just outright silly. Like, it's just silly. And they would never have been happy with anything that cop did. If he just stood there, then they'd have been like, why did she let her stab her? Like, there's
100%.
no answer for them.
100%. That was insanity, that case. By the way, Kyle, the whole deal with Kyle is because he didn't let others to beat him to death, so we will now throw his ass to prison for the rest of his life. Since he had the audacity to defend his life, that's just insanity. By the way, I also spoke with, and people still think that Kyle was protecting property when he shot Mr. Rosenbaum, and I'm like, no, he was running for his life. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, but yeah, it's just stupidity all around, and I I kind of a bit losing hope, I must say, to a degree. I don't know if because this case is so clear, right? You have everything on camera. You can show it to people. And I don't have that much of a problem when people think that Kalle is guilty because he went there in the first place. Hey, that's a matter of opinion and stuff like that. We can discuss that. But when they simply cannot even like accept that, you know what I mean, reality, evidence and stuff like that, I'm like, what do you do at this point?
Yeah. Well, I think keep in mind the defense allowed Binger to pound those things home.
Right.
The whole thing about property protection, what's the relevance? He wasn't protecting property at the time. So what's the relevance of this to the actual charges? I mean, maybe Schroeder would have ruled against the defense, but I at least would have got that out into the jury's minds that, hey, yeah, that's right. He wasn't defending property, so maybe it doesn't really matter. But the defense just sat there and let him do it. And I wasn't happy about that.
Yeah, 100%. And I also didn't appreciate that they didn't go harsher on, hey, these are the cases when unarmed person killed, you know, someone else, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, like just in this city, you know, there must be some precedences, you know, where someone killed, you know, beaten someone to death in Kenosha itself, you know what I mean? Here are the cases from across the country, you know, how many people died after being hit by a skateboard, 1, 2, 3, you know what I mean? And just go on that a wee bit, because I think they let it slide. The Mr. Binger had free reign to say, oh yeah, he was unarmed and stuff like that, you know, and constantly like, what the fuck does it matter? Not to mention, I don't think I heard a single time that if a person tries to take your firearm away from you, they are considered armed. Not a single time I heard that during the trial. So yeah, I think this was quite well.
And that would have been where Dr. Black, his testimony could have weighed in. Like, in your professional opinion, is it dangerous to allow somebody else to get a hold of your weapon? And it's not speaking to whether it is self-defense. It's speaking to the danger that a person would face. But they didn't allow that. And frankly, I thought that the defense should have lined up maybe a couple more people that could speak to that kind of thing. But there are financial issues, you know. I mean, you can't just bring in everybody. Those people cost money.
I thought a brilliant witness was I don't know her name. Some people call her Grambo, but the woman, because she was effectively a bridge for every single lady juror of like, look, this isn't just young. This isn't, I wouldn't say just, this isn't young, irresponsible men running around with guns. Look, this is anyone and everyone of any age, of any gender, who's going to go out and defend their community. And I thought that was sort of I don't know if it was necessary, but I thought that was a wonderful relationship bridge to the people on the jury, especially the women there.
Yeah, after she was on the stand, I thought that was the moment I said, okay, you're done. You've gathered up all you need. Let the jury go do their thing. Then they brought in Kyle. And I kind of felt that, in a way, they opened the door up for the prosecution now to get in there, because I thought that she had, more than anybody, had slain the prosecution strategy completely.
Yeah, we have here from Austin Williams. Thank you, JWD, for your videos during this case. Very good content. I wish you well.
And they're still going on. I'm not giving up. Binger's boneheaded moments lives on. Lives on. And we're going to have to make a third boneheaded moments too.
I'm going to have to make a third edition of my documentary too. And Checkmate, if you want to help me with the video analysis so we can make it better, you know, like do a joint venture. And I want to what I want to do is we can take Orcanut's video. We can add, and he gave me permission to use it earlier. We can add the new footage that is available since the trial. We can add trial footage specifically, you know, to the moments in question, and really tell powerful narrative.
Yeah, analysis and stuff like that, you know, definitely. Slow down the footage, you know, insert freeze frames, zoom ins, stuff like that, yeah.
Who's your audience?
Yeah, by the way, also, just because we have here 26 people watching, and I don't know if that will go up, we were speaking about that we would do after the trial kind of get together, like kind of small party online. I would like to ask all you good people in the audience if you would have time next Saturday. Johnny, would you have next Saturday time?
Are you talking about tomorrow or next week?
No, after that, the next weekend.
I don't know, because I'd have to look at what time I'm coming back, because it might be on a travel day.
Okay.
I can get back to you on that, but I mean, go ahead and have your party. You don't need me.
Oh, come on, dude.
That's the gang, man.
Yeah.
But I don't want to hold things up. But I'll check my travel schedule. But I think I'm traveling back on a Friday, so I should be back settled on Saturday, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, just to be clear, it would be 27th. And so audience, if you would have time and stuff like that, I would like to meet you, because we created here a small community, and I would like to kind of give back, because you gave us the opportunity to be somewhat relevant and to make this content, because without views, what this content good for. So I would like to basically thank you, and know you a wee bit better, to know who you are. So if you would have time next Saturday, that is the Saturday 27th, we could do.
I think I can tell you here in just a second. I'm looking at my my dealio here, and it should tell me what must go on ahead, guys. I'm just looking this up.
Yeah, so we could do it. Would be your evening. I would actually get up in the morning and have a few drinks, because I'm a Czech and I can drink in the morning. It's okay. So, by the way, Neil, do you see any still like doubtful coverage from mainstream media or something like that? I for example, absolutely hated MSNBC's. Some host said that Kyle fired 60 rounds, and I was like, you've got to be shitting me.
There's all kinds of stuff like that from the media still circulating. I don't know about anything new, but.
So that is a negative. And
yeah, that's a negative. I mean, nothing new, nothing that out of the ordinary. Just that, other than this was like a white supremacy trial supposedly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just bullshit. Oh yeah, I know what I actually wanted to.
I'm getting a phone call. I have to mute real quick.
Yep, the media actually when they focused on Judge Schroeder, they went after the most innocent things, that he, for example, played Jeopardy with the jury and stuff like that. And I'm like, guys, do you realize what is he trying to do? That is very stressful time, very high profile case, and the jury is probably under a lot of stress, and he wants to alleviate as much of it as possible so they can be relaxed and focused on their job. And but no, it is bizarre and everything like that for the media. It was just disgusting.
I come back on a Friday, so Saturday should be fine.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I was distracted here, so I missed what you were talking about.
Just if we have seen something new from the media and stuff like that.
By the way, it says here, y'all trying to be famous. Guy, I couldn't market porn. That's how bad I am at this. So I may try to be famous, but I ain't going to get famous.
Yeah. For my part, I simply cannot abide lies in the media and stuff like that. So, famous. No, I just want basically more viewers, so I can reach more people, spread truth better. You know what I mean? And I described one time with Johnny Walker Red when we spoke. When media lies, it's literally like stripping people of free will. Like literally, take for example the Jacob Blake, riots. People would not riot if they would know who Jacob Blake was. It took the free will away from them, literally. So
yeah, you really become sheep when you are compelled to commit violence for a cause you know nothing about.
Well,
old Creation Rebel song. Those of you who are reggae fans will know Creation Rebel. But yeah, you're fighting for a cause you know nothing about.
Yeah. And also there's, goddamn it, there's one more thing, because most people simply don't have time to watch to do their own research and stuff like that. And they trust media that they will do it for them. That is function of the media in the society, after all, to basically take a complex things, condense it, as much as accurately and as truthfully as possible. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And feed it to the public in bite size, so you can consume it and make up your own mind. Oh, this is good. Oh, this is bad. I like this. I don't like this. But they take this trust that we put into, in them, and they wipe their asses with that.
When you can't even be bothered to read the statutes, that is really shocking. I mean, there was a time when our media would have done that back in the day, but now it has to be people like us doing it, because nobody else is going to do it.
Something like that. By the way, guys, Paul, you on mute. Sorry, weird.
Sorry, I had the background. I didn't want to intrusive background noise, but
no, it's all good. So, thanks, Samuel Spencer. By the way, Jenna, I will read it for you. You all may not be famous, but you have my respect. Thanks, mate. That means a lot, actually.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, we tried.
Johnny, honestly, I mean, we're not in the age of like CDs and records anymore. It's like I just feel like you should burn all your videos on like a golden CD or something and like auction it off or something. Like it feels like it should be framed on like a wall or something.
If I only had like consistent quality, it's like I really struggle with the IT part of it, but
Yeah. If we can, just by the way, one topic I wanted to go over, the GL is here writing, all eyes will be on Kenosha tonight. Some businesses are closing due to the threats of riots/looting. Pretty sad that people are protesting the right to self-defense. And I must say, it like a really... I said, this was America's test and it failed, and it was the, let's say, how you get information to populace, right? That is still to this day, people believe simply things that they know, that we know are not true. But the other test is, how can you accept something, like outcome of, for example, trial or something like that you don't like? You know what I mean? And not the best, because there were threats throughout. People were trying to find out the jury's, identity and stuff like that. Like, holy shit, you have a National Guard deployed, around Kenosha for that. Schools needed to be evacuated and stuff like that. That tells a lot. It's not okay.
Yeah. I don't know. It makes me speechless. The whole thing just makes me speechless. I mean, all my understanding of what law is and all that just kind of evaporates when you see the reality of the situation, how people interpret it. Let's just give you an example. The whole thing about provocation and how fleeing from your attacker helps you reassert your self-defense rights. I don't think there's a single jury member that even understood that. I never heard that hardly ever come up. And instead it was all what? Did he belong there? All that kind of thing. So I think that at some point the defense lost the narrative, but ultimately it all worked out.
I think there must have been one jury member who knew how to read the statutes very well, because if it's one thing, the defense, I don't be critical because they won, and I think both attorneys were very good. But when they were hammering in, once you start it, you can't. There's no there's no defense, which of course is not true. And I think there must have been one or two guys on the jury who was like, no, there's a retreat provision. And he pointed his gun once and didn't fire and kept running. That's adequate notice. Someone yelled "F you" behind him. That exhausted escape. And it's all good. I have to believe there's one or two jury members who cut through what the prosecution was selling and maybe what the defense perhaps didn't completely refute. That helped. And maybe that's one reason it took a few days.
Well, you're probably right. Whatever the case, and I mentioned this before, everybody kind of piled on, and I was just talking to Paul, Logical Checkmate, and that is we haven't really given enough props to the jury members who changed their mind. It's one thing to walk in with a preconceived notion that he's innocent and maintain it. That's worthy of itself. But to be willing to change your mind based on argument and evidence has not been given enough props, in my opinion. And I'm assuming that they just didn't change their mind because they wanted to go to Thanksgiving dinner, right? But somebody was brave enough to say, "Okay, I think you're right."
We have here from Trent comment, verdict didn't bother me. I just called my local sheriff's office 30 minutes later and signed up to get my CWP and planned on purchasing a firearm on Black Friday. Hey mate, go get it, because I don't know if you've been here before. Firearms give you a choice. If you don't want to be a victim, you can choose not to be a victim. If you don't have a firearm, the choice is in your attacker's hands.
Yeah, by the way, Trent, are you from Wisconsin? Kenosha?
I'm guessing he will be. By the way, if I make Paul, what's your position on firearms?
My sensibilities have always, I like concealed carry, frankly. I mean, I don't have one, but I generally like I'm not saying that like maybe during the rise, having some visible deterrence wasn't maybe a bad thing or a good thing, but generally I like the ability to, I respect the ability for people to be armed, to be able to protect themselves, but perhaps not be loud about it. And I think with the law of self-defense guy, Andrew Blanca, did I get his name right? I'm trying to remember. Blanca. He has a great saying, which is like Bronca. He says, I'm armed because I want to be hard to kill. I think that summarizes it in a heartbeat. And he's like, and then he says, get my free book because be hard to convict, right? So no, I mean, I think he summarizes the reason why you might want to have a firearm very well, very short, very well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Be hard to kill.
Seen there's a debate, or well, it's rather a discussion between 3 anti-gunners and 3 pro-gunners, and there are 2 very powerful moments, and one of which is there's all 6 of them are standing, and when the answer to a question is yes, they go sit to a table. And the question was, have you been a victim of a violent crime? And all 3 the pro-gunners went to sit down to a table, and the anti-gunners were left. They were standing. And the powerful moment there was that there was a man on the anti-gunner, and he was quite wise, because you could see the deep understanding of, this is what it is about. And the other one, and it's really dark, but the one of the pro-gun people, there was a woman that was handicapped, wheelchair bound, and she got, I cannot say that on YouTube, because YouTube, but she got raped. I apologize for that word, but how YouTube is, in her own bed, and she needed to lie there and basically take it because she didn't have any means to protect herself from her attacker. If you take the guns away, you are taking them also away from people like her. And I would beg of you not to do that if there's some anti-gun in our audience.
Yeah, not everybody can afford an alarm system on their home or a dog.
Yeah,
you just sometimes, there's a lot of people who are very vulnerable out there, for which a gun is really about the only protection they have, and you want to take it away from them. And these guns are a problem for, they cause violence. Yeah, but you have to find a way to take them from the other people first.
Well, I mean, adding on to it, just being able to afford to, some neighborhoods are less prone to this than others, and some folks can't necessarily have the luxury of being in a neighborhood where, you might be able to arguably buy your way out of the need to have a firearm. There's some neighborhoods you really might it's wise to have one.
Absolutely. And I'm sorry, Kyle definitely proved objectively, if you're not some political nut job, or something like that, he proved why having a firearm is a good idea. Because let's be honest, what do we think would happen to him if he would not take the first shots and hit Mr. Rosenbaum? Let's be honest, he could be possibly dead, in a coma, whatever. Like, it would not be pretty.
Well, the biggest assumption. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Paul or Neil.
I'll just say that you'd have someone else armed with a gun with 30 rounds to go, who maybe definitely shouldn't have one. I'm sorry, that's my reaction nowadays. Is like, it's a very good thing the other guy didn't get the gun. So
yeah.
And of course, this is all predicated on the belief that the presence of the gun was what caused all of the violence, but we have no evidence of that. I mean, if Kyle had been walking unarmed, he might have still been ambushed. Now, of course, it would have been Kyle pummeled and not JoJo. But the idea somehow that if Kyle had just left the gun at home and just walked around, nothing would have happened. You don't know that.
Absolutely.
I mean, JoJo Rosenbaum is not the most logical person. And so the idea somehow, well, reasonably, what JoJo would have, well, he wasn't reasonable. Who knows what set him off? And the very fact that Kyle was with Ryan might have been all that JoJo cared about.
Yeah. I absolutely also hate that when people say that Kyle should have had non-lethal. And I'm like, Kyle had no obligation to have non-lethal on him, but JoJo Rosenbaum had every obligation not to attack him. Like, you are switching those two.
Non-lethal doesn't work in real close quarters. I mean,
the only thing that I would that I trust my life to a certain degree from non-lethal options is a pepper spray, like a really strong one. But other than that, like, there's nothing that would work basically.
Yeah, you have more faith in pepper spray than I do, but.
Yeah, we have quite potent ones. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so.
Well, what was interesting is, like, if you study, like, just even regular martial arts without firearms, and, what Krause said, something like, oh, he could have run in this direction. Rosenbaum was about to overtake him. Like, it could have been in a field in the savannah or a soccer field here. He had to turn when he heard the loud "F you" right behind him. Like, this idea that he had some free lane to make it, that was just fantasy.
Not to mention, he must have been out of breath because Kyle, was not in the best shape, and he was running from the gas station to the car doctor or whatever with a fire extinguisher and a rifle. You know what I mean? In very, I don't know. Like, if you are running basically without moving your arms, you get tired really quick.
Yeah, and you can't run fast that way anyway.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, Rosenbaum closed the gap on him, so we know he would have caught him.
Yeah, definitely. And by the way, the argument that Binger was like, oh, when you pointed the rifle at him and he makes this hop where he raises the arms, like, you clearly see he wasn't armed, he was giving up or something like that. And I'm like, no, you idiot. That is a common pre-attack indicator of every human. That is, hey, shoot me. Literally. Like, how do I know that? You have that with the fights, between guys when they lift their arms. Oh, what you gonna do? You know what I mean? You're gonna punch me? Oh, come on, punch me. You know what I did that myself when, for example, I was at high school and there was a friend and we were basically, just having fun and stuff like that. And a guy came with a bucket of water and I was literally, oh, what you gonna do? Pour the bucket on me? Well, yeah, he did pour the bucket on me. I should say. But
I think that. Go ahead, Neil.
Neil is not here as of now.
Oh, was
Paul,
it
you
Paul?
had it?
No, I mean, I mean, well, the one thing I was going to say was interesting is, there's the bag toss was also kind of this common red herring of like, oh, well, he tossed a bag, and it's like, especially when from the right angle, like in my I haven't played tennis in years, but like that was like a serve and volley move. It's like he tosses the bag, but his forward momentum never stops. That's like the opening move, not the ending one. So I mean, there was never a time when his momentum towards Kyle significantly slowed. I not that I saw. Maybe with the gunpoint briefly, and that was literally adequate notice of, look, I don't want any trouble. I'm leaving now, and yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, yeah.
Well, the other thing is, on a retrial, if I was the defense, I would have said, we're not disputing the plastic bag, and so any mention of the plastic bag is irrelevant. And every time that plastic bag came up, irrelevant. Objection. We're not disputing. We're not making any kind of claim that the plastic bag had anything to do with this. It's not pertinent to our self-defense argument, so it's not relevant to this case. And they instead they let the prosecution just plastic bag. Here's the bag. Here's the bag. Luckily, the jury didn't buy it.
An AR-15. Paul again.
So I was going to say, on some level, I almost wonder whether the prosecution was rooting for an acquittal, because if this had gone to a mistrial discussion, the botched video transfer, the fact that they knew who Jump Kick Man was and didn't share it, and this should all be investigated. But
and go on.
And on. There's other things too, of course. But in a way, I kind of hope it isn't swept under the rug just because it's in a way it's moot, because there are other cases that are prosecuted, and you have to know what's really going on in that office.
If I may, we have here GL. There is no law in Wisconsin that says having a gun is grounds to attack the person. Yes, 100%. But with the people that hate Kyle and stuff like that and say he's guilty, they are not doing it, like on the legal basis. You know what I mean? They are using what they think the law. What they think the law should be, basically. So if you are ever having argument with them, you cannot use the law because they are not using it either. I know.
And if they want to talk about the law, I have it on one of my videos. You can find it online. The Wisconsin DOJ issued a memorandum that's saying the mere open carrying of a firearm is not even disorderly conduct.
Mm-hmm.
So how can you justify it as a means for attacking somebody if it doesn't even constitute disorderly conduct? So I don't get it. Well, I guess I do. I know what it's all about, but.
Also jail with Rosenbaum and stuff like that. He basically says that Rosenbaum was responsible for the death of Anthony Huber and Mr. Grosskreuz. I would say at least half of that is on him, on Mr. Rosenbaum. Yeah, definitely. But you cannot dismiss Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreuz put themselves in those situations as well. And even like this, it's always dangerous to put yourself in a third-party encounter. When you have a fight between two people, you don't know who's the good guy, who's the bad guy. You know what I mean? If they are not at the moment threat, you know what I mean? If they are not killing someone, if they are not beating someone to death, for example, they are walking away from a fight, just let them be, you know what I mean? Because you can be potentially stepping into something on the wrong side.
Well, I would also suggest that it's even more dangerous when you don't know your state's laws. In certain states, you can't even look at a guy cross-eyed and not end up losing your right to self-defense. In some states, you really have to do something pretty bad to lose your right. And therefore, you just got to know your laws. Arizona, they had the case where two bank robbers, they're robbing a liquor store or something, were leaving, and a good guy with the gun, tried to stop one of them with his gun. The robber, seeing that person, opened fire on the good guy. The good guy fired back. Guess what? No right to self-defense. Now, in Wisconsin, that's not kind of clear whether that would constitute self-defense or not. In some states, that's clear self-defense.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's the reason why I always say in my videos, don't ever assume anything from my video applies to you, because you really got to know the law and you have to read your own state statutes. Don't rely on what you've heard from others.
Right. Understood. We have here from Samuel Spencer. It's all about disarming the people, and definitely that played a big part in this case, in this trial. Because just take how Binger was constantly hammering AR-15, AR-15, AR-15. He basically dropped the AR-15 style, which is not particularly accurate already, but he just went AR-15 because that resonates with the media.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's definitely why. And you see constantly the discussion from high, very well positioned people that they say, oh yeah, well, this is an argument for not having guns in a society, basically.
Yeah,
So,
I'm going to go out and use instead a Mini 14 if I'm going to go protect myself. At least it's not an AR-15, all this scary AR-15, even though it pretty much does the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's yeah. Just it shows the stupidity of people, because you would be then okay because it's not assault rifle technically, whatever, but the only difference there is it doesn't have a pistol grip. You know what I mean? Other than that,
yeah, it's also called a Mini 14. How dangerous can a Mini 14 be? Oh, the AR assault rifle, but Mini 14, well, that sounds like a little BB gun.
Well, it was funny. Even the judge said something along the lines at some point. I think it was when the jury was out of the room, of like, in certain circumstances, a pistol for defense is just better than AR-15. Like, in close quarters, I mean, absolutely, it could be better. And so, like, he was like, you could tell he's not buying. I don't know if he's a firearms owner. I don't know anything about him. He got it. Like, he completely it's crazy that yeah.
Yeah, what was also crazy were the people that were, well, let me just say it. People were saying, well, he could have used a handgun instead. No, that would have been a violation of federal law, and we would not be defending him. Well, we might be defending him on self-defense, but we would not be defending his gun ownership. I'm sorry, man, that's against the law, and there's no protection for that one. And yet they don't get it. They think the AR-15 is this like a bazooka. And how can he walk around with this bazooka? That's got to be super illegal. No, it's a long rifle. It's a rifle.
100%. And you've seen also the stupidity of Bing, like, oh, hollow points explode and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Oh, by the way, the hypocrisy. Holy shit, that motherfucker, that pissed me off, because he was literally saying, oh, why you didn't use hollow points? They are designed to basically stop and not to over-penetrate.
Your innards.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure, but he was basically blaming Kyle for using FMJ, right? And not hollow points, that because he could over-penetrate and hit someone behind, you know what I mean? But also was criticizing why you were shooting center mass. And I'm like, pick one, dickhead, pick one, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that was pretty bad, right? You shoot center mass to prevent that kind of thing from happening. And the whole Full Metal Jacket thing is just from that movie. I mean, if we didn't have the movie Full Metal Jacket out, nobody would have even cared about Full Metal Jacket. Right. It's just a bullet encased in steel.
100%. And one of the cheapest ones at that,
it's nothing particularly raunchy about it.
Yeah.
But
so,
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I'm back, by the way, guys.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, just that was it. I got taken away to deal with something, but I'm back. So
okay.
But yeah, I mean, I'm glad that we were. What did you? Were any of you guys watching live when the dude who had been arrested for a gun the day before outside the courthouse, or not arrested, but just told to put it away by the cops, then showed up the next day with a gun case? Did you guys see this?
No, I didn't.
No. He's walking around with a gun case that looks like a rifle case, and like all the alternative media journalists who are like anti-gun start swirling on him and like, you need to blah, 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 and just chasing him. And he did a full 5 minutes of laps to get them all worked up. He's like, fine, you want to see what's in the case? And he literally pulls out a giant black dildo. I am not.
I heard about it.
I saw the ending of that. I didn't know the context.
Right. It was so much worse live. Me and Nero and Realist were literally watching it as he did it. Like, he totally worked them up and trolled the fuck out of them, which is hilarious, because even some of the leftist streamers were like, okay, I gotta admit it, he got us.
If you could find it, that would be lovely.
It's on my Twitter, so
I'll take a look.
I didn't know the context of it.
It was better when it was live, because me and Neo are watching it unfold as it's happening. And we're like, God, what's he gonna do? And he pulls this fucking black rubbery dildo and spins it around.
It's a genius move.
Out of him. It was crazy.
I'm gonna take a look at your Twitter then, and just quickly from Austin Williams, we addressed this before. JWD, what do you think happens to Mr. Black's charges of providing the rifle to Kyle Rittenhouse now? Is Binger gonna lose again on that one?
Well, I have a video on that directly addresses that question. I went through the statutes, and I see no chance in hell that Binger is going to be able to press on with that at all. It turns out that the same exceptions that apply for personal ownership, personal possession of the rifle, also apply to handing the rifle to somebody else. I mean, and they're exactly the same. So the fact that the judge ruled in favor of Kyle means he has no way of not ruling in favor of Dominic without being just completely inconsistent.
It should take like 10 minutes in the courtroom. It really should. I mean, honestly, if there's any intellectual honesty, it should be like, okay, yeah, we're not going to. And not to mention that he cooperated in the case. I mean, there's just no reason.
I think it's going to be more interesting to see if he can actually correctly get Zeminski. Like that's because I mean he's not hitting him hard enough for sure. Oh, you found it. Okay, I was just about to share that with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, they're going to show a little bit more of him walking, which will be good. But he did this for a good 5 minutes as they're running and chasing him and screaming at him.
Can you hear it?
No,
good,
we can't.
No?
No, we can't hear it at all. But there it is. At this point, they're all watching him.
They're like, ah!
And it'll never do it justice because you guys, like, you know, when we're watching it live because we're reporting on it as it's happening, it was like the tension was so high and yeah, he just whips out a big black dildo because that guy was there with an AR-15 the day before. That's why they did it.
Yeah, that was a tactical version.
Yeah.
assault
dildo. I'm sorry, but
that's why, like, when I posted the headline, I was like, you know, breaking news in parentheses. No, I'm not kidding. Man travels across state lines to threaten protesters with sex toy.
And I still thought you were kidding.
No, I wasn't.
Oh my God.
My grandfather used to say, you can't cheat an honest man. And the fact that these people fell for it, he was just taking advantage of their dishonesty, their intellectual dishonesty.
100%. I don't know if you know that movie of Trent as a Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels. It's a great British movie. You should check it out. And there's kind of a joke like that. So, yeah.
Was it less than 16 inches? That's what she said. Could be a short shaft. Oh my gosh.
Okay, we're not gonna necessarily that.
By the way, that raised a rather interesting point. One I didn't get out on a video was people thought that the whole issue was the length of the barrel. It was not. Mm-hmm. That was the only thing that the judge couldn't settle himself. It was the exceptions about the hunting certificate that was the deal. And the judge, and that's what got the judge worked up. And that's why he spent so much time trying to figure out whether that gun was legal or not. Once he got those exceptions figured out, the whole thing about the short barrel rifle was just loose end that he set out there and said, well, okay, now that I've got that, I need to find out if it's a short barrel rifle. That would be easy to handle. So everybody missed out on it. The judge didn't take 2-3 weeks on this because he couldn't figure out whether the length of the rifle was 16 inches or what.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, when a judge takes 3 weeks to have to figure out what the law is, I mean, what chance does a regular citizen have?
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, of course they had to toss it out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But to this day, I bet if I right now search on Twitter, there will be people saying that Carl had illegal firearm.
Oh, are you kidding? There's going to be majority.
Yeah. 100% now. But again, that just shows the dishonesty of the media in this, and that Like, again, if we have someone who is anti-Kyle, who thinks that Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty of what the fuck ever, hey, like, you cannot deny that the media lied constantly, and you should be pissed about it too, because yeah, maybe they are on your side and all that bullshit, but hey, they should give you accurate information so you can decide for yourself. They're making the decision for you, mate.
So you don't get embarrassed by Paul and Johnny Walker Dread and V Radio and Paul Katz on a daily basis when you go and you put forth these stupid arguments and they counter you on it. I mean, when you lie to your own, you're just setting them up to go out to make fools of themselves, because sooner or later they're going to run up against somebody who knows what they're talking about.
Yeah. But I must say also, it was beautiful that for example, on a Rekiata law, that there were hundreds of thousands of people watching the trial, which, yeah, I mean, it's great. Precisely what we wanted, like the whole year, what we were basically trying to do. So,
makes me jealous, but okay. Go ahead. Turn the screws there, Paul. Lay it on.
Streams with like 50,000 people in them. It was like, and I actually super chatted them and said, hey, that I'd like to talk to them. They didn't even read it online. One of the problems with like the way that the stuff all goes is that they start to get competitive with one another rather than like trying to help elevate the signal. That's why I've always said, if I get like 100,000 subscribers, I'm just going to drag all you guys with me, because I think it's crap the way they gatekeep this information. It's like, at the end of the day, the way that the algorithm works, and I was talking to Neo and Realist about this, like a lot of these people who have a lot of subscribers now came from the initial part of YouTube when it was way, way easier to get subscribers. And then they throttled that down, which is why he's stuck at 30,000, even though he's been doing this for a long time. Meanwhile, Rekiata Law, like all of those lawyers got like 50,000 subscribers out of this after having like tiny channels. And I'm glad that they covered it. I just hope that same treatment can go around to the people who did all of this grunt work that we've been doing all this time to try to, cover this issue, since they're kind of Johnny-come-latelys to it, being lawyers who were only involved in it during the trial part.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Agreed.
Definitely. By the way, just saying, for me we kind of do this, for a living full time, around 30 to 50,000 like subscribers would be definitely, enough, because I live in Czech Republic and, living is here kind of cheap. So yeah, it would be good.
Yeah. But I need to go for a little while, guys. If you go on later, I might be able to come back, but I need to go do something with my son, because put a lot of things off during the course of this, and now that it's over,
tell me about it.
So
yeah.
And I'm going to have to probably travel tomorrow, so I'm going to have to start getting ready at some point here.
Yeah, we are at 2 hour over the 2 hour mark, so so slowly wrap it down. So just gonna maybe bring Skarlet for a bit. She wanted to go on. So yeah, I don't know what she will say. We'll see. But you guys, can head off, and we'll see. By the way, so the next Saturday 27th. Everybody good with that? On your
see what I can do. It depends on what's going on at home.
Myself as well. Yep, I'll see.
Yeah, because I think it would be cool, to hang out with our audience and stuff like that, and just have fun,
All right, so, let's see what we can do. All right, I gotta go. Talk to you guys later. Thanks for tuning in.
Neil.
Okay.
Yep. I'll see you around.
So.
Paul, you still with us?
I'm still here. I mean, at some point I'll have to run, but I'm still here for now. If you guys want to chat.
Any thoughts? You've been kind of quiet.
I mean, I just, I was just been following along the last couple of weeks, and I mean, I just, in a way, I'm really happy to see kind of a small, focused legal team do this, because I they're getting all sort of criticism from all sorts of sides. Like, why didn't you take this free help? Why didn't you have this army of 100 consultants help out? And I think the thing is that they wanted to be focused. They had a strategy. They wanted to kind of limit the outside voices that might knock them off their game, and I think it worked. I mean, I think I think they wanted to have the feel of a local lawyer team working with a local community to say, hey, no, this was self-defense, as opposed to maybe some star-studded people coming in from the outside to do it. So I just have that. I have that hunch. I could be wrong, but I just think the fact that it was a local team just really speaking truth. I think helped a lot.
Yeah, I've been harsh on them, but I'm not a lawyer, and who am I to say whether they're, doing the right thing or not? I mean, we ended up getting a not guilty verdict out of the whole deal, so obviously they weren't that bad. If a guilty plea would have came back, I think we'd have been much more harsh on them. But ultimately, you can't argue against the results.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think that they honestly bungled the drone footage thing, because if they were okay settling on a mistrial without prejudice, so I think they honestly dropped the ball, like that, like a lot.
I don't know. Well, that final drone footage thing, yeah, I really thought that was badly handled. I guess my feeling about it is that I didn't think that the defense took that footage seriously enough. And I'm only guessing that they looked at that as innocuous, that the jury is not going to care about this. The jury is, we need to worry about other things. But I think that the drone footage had a bigger impact on the jury than they anticipated. So, but I don't know. I wasn't in there talking, and I wasn't in the jury chambers.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I mean, it would. I'm glad there's not another trial. I mean, if that mistrial deal had been taken, it probably would have been a much more focused trial. You'd have some of the two charges on, like, curfew and the minor possession charge taken out. It would have been, in an alternate universe, it would have been interesting to watch. I'm glad that it's not happening, though. I think the family needs to get back to being a family and not having to worry about it. So I'm glad it's over. But yeah, I think at the end of the day that the drone footage was more helpful than anything else to the defense, because I mean, it's like you look at the statute, you read the text carefully. If you retreat, he retreated. It really doesn't matter what. It really, at the end of the day, doesn't even matter what happened by those two cars, because he retreated. And I'm glad some people. I'm glad some people on the jury were able to read the instructions and understand that.
Right. Just to be clear, I'm talking about the drone footage, not the FBI surveillance footage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Mr. Williams is writing, I'm sure some jurors will write books and we will get more insight. Yeah, they will go do some interviews and stuff like that. They will realize that there's money to be made with that. Hey, pay me some few thousands of dollars and I'll go and give you an interview.
Do we have any precedents on that? I don't recall jurors ever really writing books on maybe the OJ trial. Do you know of any? Because it seems to me like this is just not comprehensive enough for me to buy a book on. Okay, you were there for a few days and you heard testimony, but that seems a little thin.
Yeah, something like that.
And it might compete against the book I'm writing, so I have real issues with this.
Oh, hello. Is that an announcement?
I'm a writer. I'm not a speaker.
Okay, fair enough.
But I was going to write a book during this time, but I couldn't because everything was developing. There was no breather that I could spec. Okay, now I can do this, but I think I can do it now. And I'd like to see if I can get old Kyle involved in this, but that would be kind of a little bit of a pipe dream.
Yeah. Mr. Grayson is saying, anyone think any of the jurors will make comments to the media? 100%. 100%. That's a given.
One or two will. I mean, I think some people want to not be, maybe not immediately, but yeah.
They might do it anonymously. You know what I mean? They don't have to go show their face to the public. They'll just basically be,
get ready for another round of misunderstood law from people saying, I can't believe the juror said that. We need to retry him. You're going to hear it.
Yeah.
No, you're double jeopardy. You'd have to prove that the defense was in on that juror somehow, and that ain't happening. So no, you're not going to retry the defendant, but you're going to hear it. People are going to say, we need to put him back on the stand. We need to try him again because that juror got something wrong.
Yeah, and I just this is strange to me because when we see someone guilty or innocent, we don't have this need to demonize them. And you guys, like in the US, do that like a lot, when on both sides of the political aisle, and it's just so strange. And they simply don't like Kyle, or I think to a degree it goes also vice versa, right? It could be that because they don't like him, they want him to be guilty. So,
and a lot of them, they'll say, what happened to blacks back in the 60s. Right. That's why we don't want to do this anymore.
100%.
You're right. That was a violation of a person's civil rights. That's why it's important that we don't do these things in court. The things that you're advocating, we do.
Yeah.
We got rid of it because of these things.
Yeah. When I spoke on One Man Band TV's, like a channel that's small YouTuber, and he happens to be black, and obviously I have plenty of black friends and stuff like that. And I spoke there with you, and I honestly got the feeling, and I got it confirmed from few other guys, that contacted me in private, that at least there, they really wanted payback. You know what I mean? They wanted retribution, like on those people, those folks that I spoke with, and I see it also on the Twitter, like a lot, that people simply want retribution. But I just can't understand why, like Neil, I believe, came up with this idea that how the left in the US don't see this as a gigantic opportunity. They for years and years and years were saying, hey, we need to make changes to our justice system. And here you have, Kyle, who is clearly, there's abuse of justice system, going against him with the Binger and everything like that. And most people don't know about all that shady shit Binger got last year up to. You know what I mean? There is your chance to unite, to make some changes, but no, that they want blood. So, yeah.
Well, the shitty shit that he did was what white prosecutors did to black people in the South, and yet they extol him. Oh yeah, you're doing a great job. Really? Well, that's what they did down there.
And in a way, I'd say this was, this point is, this is more about financial status. Basically, this might disproportionately affect minorities because, if you're not from a family of money, and maybe you're not, maybe you weren't captured on TV, and you don't have a bunch of fundraisers, the state's going to crush you like an ant. Fortunately, in Kyle's case, you had citizen journalists everywhere. They were able to have a fundraising effort, and he was able. It wasn't the fact that it wasn't his race or mixed race that got him out of this. It was the fact that he had supporters who were able to. They realized what he was trying to do, defend his community, and they fundraised for him. And that's not, if nothing else, it should be, the lesson from it should be, how can we raise the boats for others who might be falsely accused but don't have the resources? Not bring someone who's
absolutely. Yeah. I think it became glaringly obvious how the poor are disadvantaged in court from this alone. Think about all the evidence that the defense would not have been able to produce if they had ran out of funds.
Yes.
And for which a public defender would have been able to do it all. So, yeah, you're right. If he wasn't able to raise the $2 million or, however much money it cost to defend himself, he could be guilty right here.
Yeah. And also the bail alone, and too, that's just... Because I don't know if it was true, but there were reports that Antifa, wrote a hit on him while he was in jail, and so it literally could have been dead by now. We have here a question from Christopher Grayson. Will Kyle be interviewed eventually? I think he will give interview at a certain point, maybe as Mr. Sandman did with, I don't know with whom, I believe with Fox or someone else, but
with Johnny Walker Dredd, Kyle. Don't let anybody else. You can trust me. Trust me. I'll give you good questions.
Yeah.
I guess that would be the dream goal of mine, is to be able to interview him at some point, but that'll never happen. It'd be cool though. That'd be kind of fun.
I honestly plan to tweet at the Free Cal USA, for the next Saturday, with the invitation and stuff like that.
Well, it would be not out of bounds or out of this possibility to create a sort of a organization that meets every year, and Kyle is the guest of honor, and to talk about this case, just kind of like what happens to like survivors of a horrific event. They get together every year to kind of talk over what happened. That's actually doable.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. As I before said, I just hope that, because, for example, some people say, "Hey, Kyle for Congress, Kyle for president, whatever." I think he would. He has a unique opportunity to truly uncover the lies of the media by just going around and speaking, going, "Hey, this happened to me, and you can be next." Left, right, what the fuck ever. Let's change that. Let's change just the media.
He needs to stay out of politics. He would be putty in the more powerful politicians' hands. All of these celebrities, especially like local street heroes, they get into these positions and they just end up unwittingly committing all kinds of offenses because they get played. I think he needs to stay out of politics. I don't think that's a good idea.
Just to clarify, you okay with my idea to basically speak against the media and stuff like that?
No, I'm fine with that. Yeah, that's good. That'd be a good outlet. He doesn't need to be in any position of power.
Right.
If he gets a really strong education and learns the ropes really well, but he should not be getting it on this account. That's just a bad reason to vote for somebody.
Yeah. In my opinion too. The jail. Honestly, if I was Kyle, I'd stay far away from public bullshit. No offense. If you're referring to this, Mike, I think I kind of disagree, because if I would be Kyle, look, you have the Spider-Man quote: "With great power comes great responsibility." Kyle, as of now, truly has a great power. Just his name. Yeah, if he would go to speak to a university campus, just even the contra protesters, the protests against him, that would draw so much attention to that, and people would actually pay attention to what he has to say.
Dude, you think Ben Shapiro generates a lot of hostility on a college campus?
Yeah.
Kyle Rittenhouse, the crowd would tear that campus apart. I don't know if he wants that. I think he needs to stay away from college campuses. But there are forums that he could go on, and television would be a good one. Like even YouTube channels like Johnny Walker Dreads, he could get on there. But in all seriousness, these YouTube channels have far bigger impact. Like Rikita could interview that dude, and he would have 200,000 people watching. You could go to a college campus and have a couple of thousand.
Well, I think they could combine it, but don't forget the speaking in person. There's something more to it than just the views. I mean. So
but I think that people need to hear him laugh. They need to hear the human side of him. Yeah. We saw the crying part. That was, and of course the left picked that apart. But it would be good to kind of listen in to Kyle talk in a relaxed environment, to kind of get a better feel of what this kid's like, In
Czech Republic, for example, just saying.
If he goes to the Czech Republic, he's safe there.
Yeah.
Maybe he should immigrate.
Trent is saying, really, he just needs to focus on his mental health right now. This would rattle the most sane person for a year or two. I understand, and actually, this is a reason why I would like to talk to him, because I went through some shit and stuff like that. And look, from my perspective, my point of view, he didn't kill those people. They killed themselves. They just used him as a proxy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Paul, do you have some thoughts on that? Kan du ta Tor, jo?
You know, honestly, I hate to say it, I have to go and help get ready my kids ready for dinner.
Yeah, sure.
So, but no, it was great talking with you guys. And you know, I mean, again, I mean, you know, both of you, what you guys did, you know, your video analysis and your coverage of it. I mean, you know, thank you. I mean, it was helpful for me, and I'm sure you know, the family appreciates it as well. So, I'm
Okay, and I have one thing to say. Okay, I was wrong about him. Okay, I admit it.
Yeah, I respect Paul, you know, from another Paul for you know changing your opinion and especially doing it publicly, mate. That's not easy.
Yeah, that was I owed that. I really did. So I am, you know, I mean, again, thank you for your work on this. And no, I mean, and thank you. I appreciate it. And okay, I'll sign off.
All right, thanks for joining on.
Okay, cheers, mate.
Hey, cheers.
Yeah.
Oh man, so.
Yeah, I'll say this. In September, I would have never have dreamed that I would be talking to him in this kind of fashion at this time, because we were really going at it.
Yes.
So I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah, 100%.
Let's see, what else we have here?
I hope Austin Williams. I hope so. I wonder if he could take Biden to court for the things he said. I hope so too, because that was just disgusting. You know, that's simply no way how a leader that the leader goes after, for example, parties, you know, groups of people and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Who, yeah, okay, but in my opinion, he never should go after an individual. Simply no.
But he cannot take Biden to court on it. He's a politician, and Biden is going to be protected with a sovereign immunity on that. His better targets are private individuals.
Yeah, that was something about the Young Turks. Here, MSNBC needs to be sued into oblivion by Rittenhouse. I agree with that.
Better chance of that one.
Yeah, and the Young Turks. Yeah. I mean, I absolutely hate, for example, I've seen the on Fox News Tucker talking about the Young Turks, about, oh, look, you know, like the good journalists, you know, like in the Young Turks, they admit that they were wrong about Rittenhouse. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Guys, there's simply there are two feasible options. Like nothing else works. They either lied or they are incompetent to a negligence degree, to gross negligence that they put other people's lives in danger. Now, with both, to be honest.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see their reaction because of the fact that they are now open to lawsuit. And let's face it, Robert Barnes, he's not out of the picture. He has said that he can very well step back into this fray. And if I'm the Young Turks, I'm thinking he was acquitted. He's free now to sue us. If he had been convicted, no jury would have taken him seriously. We've got a problem. So it's going to be interesting to see how they respond to it. But you might see the Young Turks drop this thing completely. You may not hear a peep about Kyle Rittenhouse. They probably have violated that already. It depends on whether their producers can get them to shut their mouths.
Yeah. Here we have Coco Drillo. Kyle will spend the next few years in court getting rid of the lawsuits now, mate. He's just gonna tell his lawyers to do that now.
I'm sorry, what did she say? Or
Coco Drillo said right Kyle will spend the next few years in court getting rid of the lawsuits.
Well, I hope he does, and not the lawyers.
Yeah, the lawyers. The lawyers will be doing the work, you know. He will be at university, whatever, you know, doing.
Yeah, I have a feeling that he's going to probably, settle out of court for fairly reasonable, modest amounts. I don't think you're going to see quite the multi-million-dollar deals come his way, because being rather poor, they kind of need the money. And I think that you flash 30,000 in front of him, he might very well take it. You know, you have to be in their shoes, and you know, like $100,000 is a lot of money to them.
Mm-hmm.
And so, he should hold out for 10 million. Well, he might not get the 10 million. He might get nothing. But if you wave 20, 30,000 in front, it would not be stupid for him to take it.
Yeah, but don't forget, because John Peterson let go of his claim for the $2 million bond, so that ends up in Kyle's lap, right?
No.
No.
My feeling, my understanding of it is, and I have no background on this, so I'm going by my gut feel based on what I think would be right, is the money is encumbered from somebody and it goes back to that person. So somewhere along the line, somebody gave money to the court to pay for his bail, and that money goes back to that person. Now,
yes,
I don't know who that person is, but
John Pearson.
Go ahead.
John Pearson, like he said on multiple occasions that he was the person that gave it to the court, and now he relinquished claim to it.
Well, he's going to have a problem because the money didn't come from him, and so if he says it did, he's got problems now with the IRS, because they can come in and say, "Wait a minute, you're saying that money came out of you, but you didn't get it from somebody else? Where did you get $2 million?" Right. So Pierce is going to have, at some point, it's going to have to say, here are the donors, and the money is going to, now they could give the money back to Pierce, and then these people would sue him to get the money back from him. I don't know. Civil law is really hard. I just don't quite follow it. Yeah. Much harder than criminal law.
Yeah, 100%.
But I don't think it goes back to Kyle.
Yeah, okay. We'll see.
I don't know. I mean, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I would honestly wish it for the family, just the shit they went through the last year. They would deserve that money, honestly.
It certainly wouldn't hurt me if they got it. I mean, but
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, this could be real contentious.
And it's money, so the cockroaches will come
money and lawyers.
Yeah.
And that's a dangerous combination.
100%. So GL is saying Carl's case in the media is not over. There will certainly be some defamation suits. Probably better to forego interviews until everything is settled. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, by the way, Grimm says he's worried about Kyle being targeted. You're going to see a lot of tough talk from a lot of people too cowardly to do anything themselves. And so you're going to get a lot of, he won't last a week in the streets. They said that about George Zimmerman. George Zimmerman's still alive. And so there's a lot of bravado going around. And of course, everybody tries to portray that they have some sort of like street cred. Like, yeah, my homies will take care of him. Dude, you're 13 years old. You live in your parents' basement. You don't have homies that are going to go out and do anything to Kyle Rittenhouse. And if they do, they're going to end up just like Huber and the other person, because he's going to get his guns back now. Yeah. He, by the way, he turned 18, so Dominic going to have to give him his gun back.
Yep. He definitely knows how to take care of himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that's the best thing to say to these people is, you're going to wind up just like Huber. Really? Did Huber not teach you a lesson?
No.
Huber dedicated his life literally to teaching you a lesson about what happens when you fuck with this kid. And now you're not even going to pay attention, right? So there's a lot of little comebacks you can make on that. But ultimately, these people talk tough. And anybody who sends out messages like that, they never do anything. Yeah. It's just like those death threats and stuff like that the judge was getting. Those people that write those things, they don't have the courage. Not to say that there aren't people out there that would do something like that, but those people who write the stuff, they themselves are nothing.
Yeah, Austin Williams is saying 100K is nothing when you need 24/7 security for the rest of your life. Well, as I said, if you would emigrate, for example, to Czech Republic, not a worry,
Well, and by the way, I threw out 100K. I mean, that's probably on the low end. I'm sure that he probably would hold out a little for more than that. But if he's doing it for 10 million, he's going to probably settle for quite a bit less because he probably needs the money, and they know it. And it works in everybody's best interest, and corporate, whoever keeps this thing out of the press, and he gets the money. And so it's a win-win. it's not a win for us because we want them to be burned to the ground, right? Not
100%.
literally, okay? Figuratively burned to the ground. And we lose satisfaction when that doesn't happen, but we have to think about what's best for him.
Well, I'm just saying, if these fucking liars would be here, we would probably rehash an old tradition from Checklands and all, defenestration. Just saying.
Yeah. GB says that he can now hold self-defense classes. I offered this on Twitter some time ago. I'd sign up. I don't think I necessarily need it, but hey, to be able to say, yeah, the certificate, yeah, that's Kyle.
You know,
yeah, he trained me. You know,
he should do the goddammit, the slang, commercial. He should, because I'm sorry, like I want to buy it. Honestly, it was so useful, like immensely. He would,
yeah, it does make it tougher to take the thing off of you. And endorsements wise, the people who make the sling probably make a lot of products, and they probably don't want to jeopardize their entire brand. But I'm sure that there could be some marketing opportunities for somebody who kind of likes to live on the edge. Not Black Rifle Coffee Company,
oh my God.
But it would have to be something like that, where you don't care what the left thinks of you, which means you can't be too big. If you're too big, you have to care. Yeah. But I think there's some marketing. But I also think that if he really wants to shoot big, I think he could have a career in self-defense law. And I understand that, for some reason, I don't know if I think it's fair, but maybe Kyle doesn't come off as really a great student. He might be an all-A student. I don't know. I think the persona is somebody who probably struggles in school a lot, but I didn't even graduate from high school. And I ended up with, an advanced degree in engineering. It is certainly possible that if he develops a deep interest in self-defense and just works steadily at it, takes a reasonable amount of coursework and works year after year, he could get there. Hey, Kimberly Motley got a law degree. Anybody can get one. So even if he feels like maybe I'm not really prepared academically for that, he could become a lawyer. And he knows a lot about self-defense.
Yeah,
he's picked up a lot over this time.
Yeah, I still think, honestly speaking, he could do that for a living, to be honest, and basically speak against the lies of the media and stuff like that. He would he could have a channel, to be honest. You know what I mean? And basically,
the channel would be huge.
Yeah, 100%. And if he could go, he could, for example, be like a head or be heading kind of not a fund, I don't know, something that would actually be targeting the lies of the media and helping people who were victims of lies.
It would be interesting to see what YouTube would do to his channel. Right? Right. Kyle could say, yeah, you banned me. You want to end up like MSNBC, your friends over there?
Yes.
Because I was acquitted.
100%.
It would be, that would be a wild one.
That's true. Gee, man. Yeah, that's a good one. Just quickly, we have here a recurring question. Fred Politoing. I hope I pronounced it well. What will happen with the Dominic Black case? Probably tossed.
Yeah. We'll find out. His next case is in a few days.
Yeah.
And I would be absolutely shocked if Binger doesn't say we withdraw charges. If he doesn't, the judge is going to. If you thought that Binger got harangued bad the first time around, Binger not dropping charges on Dominic is going to make Schroeder erupt like Mount Vesuvius, because this is absolutely ridiculous. You have literally no case now. None. You don't even have a molecule of a case. And you're wanting to press on? Really? Okay. The judge will step in and throw that out. And by the way, I have a video on my channel where I covered that very question. So if you're interested, I go through the statutes, I read them, and I show you why Dominic, from what I read, faces no state charges at this point. I'm not a lawyer, though. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
Yeah, 100%. Here's Christopher Grayson. He could auction the AR. That would be.
Dude, I don't even know how much that would be worth. Or
yeah,
if he had only kept his cap. If he had kept his cap, he could have had. He could have made a ton of money on that. Maybe his shoes, but that AR rifle would bag. Oh my God! Although he might want to keep it for a hand-me-down for his family, but you're talking in the cool hundreds of thousands.
Yes,
that rifle.
Yeah.
Think about this: that touchdown pass, that football that Brady threw for his 600th birthday. They were looking at valuing that thing at $1 million plus. This is a rifle that was used in the shooting self-defense of a nationwide OJ level court hearing, and here it is. Who here wants to own Kyle Rittenhouse's rifle? And I would be up there, come on, please, I want it bad. Unfortunately, my bank account isn't big enough to buy that. If it was, I'd own it. And so, yeah. And by the way, you're also dealing with a customer base that has a lot of money. Yeah. These firearm collectors, like that, what the German, what is it? I forget how it went for like $1.5 million at an auction. It's not one of a kind, but there's only a few of them left. It's a paratroop submachine gun.
You mean the for the Fallschirmjäger, the FG42.
Is it the MG42? No, the
MG42 is FG.
The FG, right? You got it, right? Because the MG42 is like that's the big one that puts out 2,000 rounds of.
Well, they shoot the same round,
but the FG42 went for like over $1 million.
Yes, and
this gun is more iconic.
Yeah. By the way, if there's someone who thinks it's unseemly or something like that, that's how it is with firearms. Those that were used actually used in combat usually have a higher price tag, like associated with them.
It's hard to sell the rifle. We went out and we shot a lot of hummingbirds with this thing. Oh, they want that. They want something that has a story that can be verified.
Yeah,
and
precisely.
Yeah, that would be worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
Now the question now becomes, well, what happens in the possession between Dominic and Kyle on that? Because now this rifle's worth a lot of money.
Right, another. Yeah, again, there you go.
Dominic's going to say, I can't let you have it because you're 17, and the law clearly states.
Yeah. Well, but Kyle could be like that. He embezzled the money, right, or something like that.
I tell you what they should do. Is they should auction that thing off and split the proceeds right down the middle, because Dominic Black can say, yeah, I didn't go through quite what you went through, but I had less to do with it than you. Therefore, I think I'm entitled to equal amount. And frankly, that sounds like a good deal. Yeah, they should split down the middle. They're friends. They've been longtime friends. There's no need for one to get more than the other, and sell that damn thing, get some money, and have fun at the party.
Not to mention, Dominic didn't have as much support,
Yeah, he
yeah.
didn't.
For example, if anyone's interested, I didn't do any videos or something like that on Dominic, because it's purely a legal matter. I don't know that much about like the law, so I don't talk about it.
I didn't do anything much on Dominic's Black because the issues that arose with Kyle's were so vast and interesting, whereas Dominic Black's was really just a possession rifle thing. There wasn't a lot of really sexy issues surrounding it. But by the way, if they don't drop charges on Dominic, I'm going to take the Johnny Walker Dread show and I'm going to target full bore on his case and try to raise money. Now it's going to be easy to raise money for Dominic because we don't have Kyle's, case pulling so much away, although he still needs money. He still has to pay off his lawyers.
Yeah, 100%.
But it'll be a lot easier to raise money for Dominic now. And but I really don't think they're going to need it, because I think that this whole thing the state charges for sure are going to go away.
Yeah. Mr. Williams, Skarlet Rittenhouse should move here to Texas. Don't think there are too many people here that weren't behind him.
Oh, you Texans, a bunch of liberals, leftists, communists, swine. Come to Oklahoma. Texans always brag about how conservative they are. Nah, you come to Oklahoma. That's where it needs to be, not Texas. This is the land of milk and honey. And there you got the land of the Longhorn football team. Ooh.
Yeah, hey, so we have from Shark versus Tree. So cool name, by the way, mate.
Versus.
Congrats all. Thanks for all your efforts. I appreciate all of you.
Well,
Thanks,
everybody
mate.
Played a role, you know. We all worked hard. And
you guys too. You help us through this, you know. For example, Manuel Muir, or what's his name? He, for example, pointed out to us that Mr. Huber strode cult-wise with the skateboard. You know what I mean? He was the one who spotted it. You know, there was another. I believe that was the no, not the Williams. God damn it! You know, where is he? There was another person that when we were with on there. I believe that was Mr. Grayson. Not for this comment, but he said on one of the V Radio's channels that, for example, the how to counter one of the Binger's arguments that was why Kyle didn't react to the three shots that happened just after he shot Mr. Rosenbaum, but he reacted to Mr. Zeminski's shot. How do you explain that? Well, here, Mr. Grayson came with an idea. Well, he just shot 4 shots between cars without ear protection. He's probably half deaf. And I was like, oh, damn, that's a good argument, definitely. So you guys honestly played, a big part in this too. And
I got about a third of my content probably from reading the comment section and people saying, hey, did you know this? And I go, well, no. So I'd go online. Oh, well, crap. So I'd do another video on it. So I caught a lot of videos going out there. Think about Orkanut. Without his ability to splice all this together, the defense would have had and if this had been especially if this had been a public defender, he would have just had little chunks of video and the defensive efforts would have been far lower.
Ignacio Anaya, justice system is corrupt. He's one of the guys that think Rittenhouse is guilty. Mate, hey, if you want to come on and talk about this, I can drop the link, in the chat, and you can come on and we can fucking talk about this. But I wholeheartedly disagree with you.
Mm-hmm.
I would, by the way, guys, I would like to ask you to keep it, civil. Mr. Anaya is one of those anti-Kyles that keeps it civil, so please return the favor.
Did you manage to get a link to him somehow, or?
No, I can drop it.
I don't know how to. If he wants to be on,
you know what? I'll just drop it in the chat, Mr. Anaya. If you want to come on, feel free to come on. I don't know.
There's been a few others that are in my channel that were anti-Kyles, but they kept it clean. They were reasonable and logical. We just didn't see things the same way. The vast majority of the anti-Kyles were a bunch of lunatics.
I just want to play the bit of a joke. Mr. Trent is saying Texas is actually turning into the new Portland. All hippies love Austin. Well, what about you, Austin? Do you have something to say about that? You're saying, I'm sitting here imagining Little Binger cuddling and crying with a fatlock over their loss. Yeah, they got shafted hard. I hope they will be basically losing the seats because they wasted a lot of money. The voters will not forget that anytime soon.
Well, I'm not sure that they are, and maybe did Kevin Matheson clear this up, because I'm under the impression that they are hired by the district attorney. So the district attorney is elected, and the district attorney hires assistant district attorneys. Now, here's the thing, though: Gravely is not running for re-election, so that means they may get a new district attorney, and the first thing he might do is come in and say, pack up your bags, clean out your desk, get out of here. I don't
also.
know, but it would not pain me any. But I think that in a way, I'm wondering if Binger and I don't want to call him any names based on his weight. I think that's unfair. But Kraus, I think that they may be just doing like, because they didn't want to go to this thing to go to appeals and have the appeals court running over the crap that they were pulling. Now this can all go away, but although it may not. I mean, it could be that the judge here goes ahead and presses on and says, I want action taken against these lawyers for what they did in court. But the fact that Kyle was acquitted may lessen that. Let's see here.
Yeah. I want to say the Mr. Grayson is saying I lived in Austin for 37 years and currently it is way too liberal. I left for that reason. I could tell you some stories. Also, former Californians are much of the population. Yeah, and I just simply don't want to talk about US politics, but I just must say that the stupidity and hypocrisy of the people from California going to Texas and then, for example, voting for the same stuff they ran away from in California. It just doesn't make sense.
State borders, man. You can't cross the state lines. You guys told us in that Kyle Rittenhouse case, you can't cross state lines. You just get on back over where you belong.
Yeah, but I simply don't understand the logic behind it. You know, you run away from California and you then vote for the same stuff again. Like, what the fuck? Why? Just idiot.
I know. It's like, we kind of like the way it is here, and we want to kind of keep it that way. And you guys bring that stuff in, and pretty soon they're wanting to make a homeless haven out of your city, which, I mean, look, I mean, I'm all for doing things to help the homeless get through winters, giving them food and all that kind of stuff. But once you become a homeless attractor, now pretty soon, 10 years later, your city's not even livable anymore.
Yeah.
And that's what they want to do. And so, put up barbed wire, keep the Californians out. And this is like me. If you say, are you like Johnny Walker Dredd? And they say, yeah. But no, I mean, keep them out of there.
Yeah, we have in Czech Republic 2 problems with homeless, but it's not so much for like political reasons, but we simply respect free will, it's like this. We will provide like cheap housing or even free housing for really the impoverished people. But the problem is there are simply rules. For example, no drunkenness, no hard drugs, and plenty of the homeless people or now homeless people could not keep to those simpler rules, and they ended up on the street. You know what I mean? So to a degree, and at some point you simply cannot help them without forcing them to accept the help. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a complicated situation. I encourage everybody to watch the YouTube video called Seattle is Dying. Watch that.
Oh, I've seen that.
And you will know exactly what I'm talking about.
That's insane.
By the way, let's kind of going back on the Kenosha thing. Dropkick Man or Jumpkick Man. What is the deal with that? Have people say they've identified him? I haven't seen a name. Have we identified him? And did the prosecution keep his identity from the defense?
Apparently, yes, because he asked for immunity on his other criminal cases. Again, another criminal. That's surprising, like literally every person that attacked Kyle is a criminal. Clearly criminal. On top of that, he's 37, 38, something like that. And I forget what the felonies were, honestly. But he wasn't any Boy Scout, to say the least.
Well, and the Chaos Tourists. Who were the Chaos Tourists?
He was local. He was local. He was Kenosian. But what I want to say, the prosecution knew about him. They knew who he is, and apparently didn't feel the need to share it with the defense. Well,
that's a cardinal sin there. I mean, and I have a video on this, and that is people are.
I don't have it.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't have it I don't have it confirmed, like just from two sources as of now. Yeah,
Okay.
and,
I'm talking more about in the general sense of a lot of people misunderstand. They think that, well, the defense doesn't have to tell the prosecution everything. Well, the prosecution doesn't have to tell the defense everything. Yes, it does. And that's because the prosecution works for the state. And since they are prosecuting, they are under legal obligation to divulge all evidence that they have accumulated relevant to the case. And if you don't, that's called, well, I don't know what the rule is, obstruction of justice or something. But at any rate, you can't do that. They have run afoul of that on a few occasions here. That would be a serious problem if they had identified a witness and didn't introduce that information to the defense. Because that witness could very well have exonerated the defendant, but we were never told he even existed. And the reason why is the state is the one charged officially with the actual investigation.
Yeah.
And so you are under an obligation to investigate the crime thoroughly. You can't just investigate that which would help prosecute the person, but this is one of the biggest problems with our legal system is this happens a little bit too often.
Yeah.
Maurice Freeland. Okay. I'd like to see verification of that first, but okay. So apparently we have a name, but
of the identity and that he is known, that I'm positive. I'm just not sure how it was with the persecution/defense and what I mean. If they informed one another, that I'm not sure. But of that, that he's identified, that we know for sure.
Okay. Well, I could go into WCCA and find out what charges he's got on him. I could do it right now.
Yeah. Okay.
If he's from Wisconsin.
Yeah, he's Kenosha. So.
Oh, okay. Well, hang on a second. Go ahead and talk. I'm just going to look this up really fast.
Yeah. I'll check in on to what we have here. By the way, person I would like to from this case now talk to is Wendy Rittenhouse actually too. She went through hell. In my opinion, she it was harder on her than on Carl himself. How moms are. So yeah,
going through his criminal prosecutions would take a while.
You can want to share it. Want to share it on the screen?
He makes Joshua Zeminski looks like Kyle Rittenhouse. Here's the latest one. Let's see what the most recent one is. Okay. Disorderly conduct, domestic abuse. Gee, there's a real shocker. Possession of marijuana, OWI, which seems to be kind of a hobby in Wisconsin. Seems like everybody gets DWIs there. Let me go through. So that's a violent case. Was that a felony? Hang on. No, misdemeanor B, domestic abuse. Let's see. Let's do one more here. And I should share the screen, but I'm just going to look up a couple anyway. So, okay, that's a traffic case. But seriously, his criminal deal is long. He's been in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
And again, no shock. Domestic abuse and DUIs seem to be like they hand them out like candy in Wisconsin. Like you just don't belong if you haven't got one of those two down on your record. You got to have some street cred. Like you haven't had a DWI. Oh man, what's wrong with you?
One thing that I would be wondering if I would be from Kenosha is why were you charging Carl with all of these stuff, and why are those guys not in prison? Just asking, because Mr.
The people that attacked Carl?
Yeah. Precisely. I heard, for example, speculation that Mr. Zeminski could be informer, which it's possible that he could be one, but just like everyone else, holy shit, Mr. Rosenborg, for example, I mean, like, how can you like, after he is charged with the domestic abuse and stuff like that, with his criminal past, with his basically the mental illness, like, or the being bipolar and stuff like that, all that together, how can you let him just walk around the streets? It's just
what about Randall Volar?
Another one.
Oh my God. I mean, how in the hell did you guys release this dude? But here's going to be something fascinating. I would love, and we should do it, we should watch the arson trial of Joshua Zeminski. That's going to be wild because it's going to be Binger prosecuting Zeminski for arson in front of Judge Bruce Schroeder. But the hypocrisy is going to be amazing because Binger spent all this time telling everybody how arson's no big deal, but he's the prosecutor for the arson charge against Zeminski. That's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, here we are from Mr. Corner again. They are so common in Wisconsin. It is the only state in the nation. First offense DUI is not even a misdemeanor. It is a ticketable offense. Well, there you go.
Well, have you been drinking tonight? Yeah, I have been drinking. Go ahead. Give me my ticket.
we have, for example, in Czech Republic, zero tolerance on alcohol behind the wheel. In the countries surrounding us, in Germany and in Austria, they have legal limits, but we have absolutely zero tolerance for alcohol.
Here in this country, in most states, even a first offense DUI, you're not looking at jail time, but you are looking at a lot of legal fees and a lot of fines. It's expensive. You just don't want to get hit with a DUI unless you're in Wisconsin, which I guess you get like a fix-it ticket. Like, okay, the next time we pull you over, we better not catch you drunk. I promise. That seems to be about the way it goes. Gage Grosskreutz is on his second one. Oh, no, I think he had his charges dropped, didn't he? Did he get his charges of DUI dropped? Find out right now. Does anybody know?
Okay. You can see. Here you would lose, driving license, for a half a year at least. By the way, this is a good meme ID. Let's sue Brandon. That's actually a good meme, like to have the Twitter. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know he could not be sued apparently, but still. Have the Twitter, where he said, white supremacist in Kenosha, blah, 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 talking about Kyle, and Kyle Rittenhouse found innocent, basically, and Andre, like, let's sue Brandon. I think that's not a bad meme idea, mate.
Okay, I just clicked on a couple more links for this Maurice J. Freeland. Both links, battery, class A misdemeanor. So he's violent. That tells you why he's chasing Kyle. You look at these guys' criminal records. These are not heroes. These are not guys going out of their way to do the job of law enforcement. They are violent. They like a good ass kicking when they can get on the upper hand. And they thought they were on the upper hand against some poor kid who was on the run. Unfortunately, they just didn't take the AR-15 quite seriously enough. And I have a video on that as to why people attack kids carrying rifles because, and I will say it, the AR-15 is such a symbolic thing. It's such a huge political symbol. People forget how dangerous it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, this case so clearly demonstrates just how the general public is completely clueless about like firearms and stuff like that. They, for example, say Kyle wanted to kill people, and I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? If he wanted to kill people, that would be, like in double digits, and like his body count would be in double digits. You know what I mean? There are so many people around him. The rifle is so potent, like for this basically scenario. Like, dudes, there would be so many dead people who went there to kill people. It's just stupid.
Okay, here we go. The second DUI of Gage Grosskreutz dismissed on prosecutor's motion.
Wow. Just wow.
Mm-hmm. Now, we can't blame that on Binger so much. The prosecuting attorney is Kim Shep. And, of course, Binger could have easily have told her what to do. I don't know what goes on there, but Yeah, he is not facing the and let's see, when was it dropped? Hang on. According to this, it was dropped last October 28th. That is very convenient.
Yep. And Mr. Corner is saying that Gage had another DUI in West Texas.
That I don't know about.
2 months after the 2 months after the. Well, Mr. Corner, could you say what's the source and like if you found it on some website that's Johnny Walker Dread and all that for the text the one it up again.
Yeah, I don't know much about that one. It's hard enough to try to kind of navigate through some of their states, system.
Tell me about it. Yeah, he had a good old Gage white privilege Kreuz. Yeah, and also Mr. Zeminski, who fired a gun in the air in a crowded city, like with plenty of people around, like just crazy situation.
And what's notable about his background? Well, it's the same thing notable about all of their backgrounds. Criminal behavior.
Yes, absolutely.
All a bunch of criminals.
Yes.
Can I join the stream? Oh, that's Skarlet.
Yeah, well, the link is in the chat already. So
I wonder if she's happy with today's verdict. Do you know? Have you spoken to Skarlet to find out if she's kind of on the fence on this one?
Oh, why should be? Like why she should be? She was like all
I'll have to ask her if she joins on. Like, how do you feel if you look at all the quote pictures?
And we have also the Excel. I don't know who we are, but then let's see, guys. If you want to come, like there's the link. Just copy it, paste it in the. We have Skarlet. Cheers, Skarlet. I hope you have your microphone and everything sorted out.
Hello.
Hey, Skarlet.
Hi.
So got a question for you.
What?
Today's verdict, did it make you happy, sad? You like, what were you pulling for? A guilty or innocent? We want to know.
Well, I had a very strong feeling he was going to be found innocent because I prayed very, very hard for that, and I know that everybody, what they were doing was like, think realistically about this, Barbara. All the media, the jury's going to bend the knee and everything like that. And, I read my Bible and stuff like that, verses that God gave me, and I read them. And it says, trust in God and lean not on your own understanding, which in simple term means trust me to do the right thing. You don't think about it. Don't worry about it. Just trust me and I got it. And I did. And I never gave up hope. Everybody in the chat was freaking out and wanted to throw up and stuff like that. And I got emotional sometimes because of what people were saying about Kyle. But I was like, I got to have faith. I got to trust. And I did. And it happened. I broke down crying. I was crying my eyes out. I was so happy. And my mom, she hugged me because we were sitting here watching the verdict together because me and my mom were the only two people out of my entire household that believe Kyle's innocent. In fact, my sister and my aunt were pissed off that Kyle was found innocent.
I have a feeling, Skarlet, you're trying to portray this. I knew he was going to be found not guilty. I have a feeling you were a little nervous.
Hey, cheers, by the way. We have here Excel, mate. I'm not sure who you are, but hello.
I think we're all a little nervous.
Oh, hey, what's up? Can you guys hear me okay? I'm on a different setup than usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I know Johnny pretty well. I've had him on my show a couple times already.
Oh,
talking about this.
I know who's talking about.
Yeah, it's that Excel. But yeah, I was not emotion. The only emotions I had was a sigh of relief, especially after the week I've had. Like my faith in humanity after that jury was that verdict was given was restored at least for a little bit, right? At least until tomorrow morning when the next shit show happens.
Yeah, we'll see how it will go. There were apparently
question: Is there anything burning yet in Kenosha?
Well, there were those
Really
shots
dark.
fired. That was the person shot, but we
Yeah,
don't
there's
know
one
if that
person
was
shot already.
yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, but we don't know if that's
Related.
Kyle's
With
related to
Kenosha
Kyle.
nowadays, it's hard to tell.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, this is quite a violent place.
I thought that, because I lived at one time in California, and I'm telling you, I thought that my town back there was violent. But whoa, Kenosha.
By the way, Axel, I must say I do not know you. I'm guessing since you were talking with General Volker, you were pro Kyle and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
Was there some point where you were doubting it or something like that? Maybe just like the jury interpretation.
I was doubting the jury. Like from the get-go, I watched this and I saw that it's the same thing the media's been doing forever, which is promoting this narrative-driven story, which is they were trying to find him guilty based on a narrative. And that like these people really, really believe the narrative. Just check the left-wing copium right now. And I don't want to say all lefties, just the far left, the critical social justice types. Like they're all still saying that this is some sort of white supremacist shooting. Something's, a white guy goes free. As far as writing in Kenosha goes, I'm really, really hoping that the type of people that actually want to break shit for the cause realize that they're breaking shit over the death of 3 white guys, one of which was a pedo. Like, I hope the news has gotten out to enough people that this is not the time to riot. This is not going to get very many people on your side.
Well, yeah, that's one thing, but the other one is that after the Kyle's shooting, the riots definitely in Kenosha stopped. And correct me if I'm wrong, they basically severely decreased in frequency throughout the country. Or do I have that wrong?
I think you're right, but I think a lot of that has to do with. I think a lot of that has to do with like what was the next event that happened, right? We haven't had a good. Black or white cop shoots black person story in the United States since then, have we?
No. By the way, a good haven for the left, Democratic Underground. That's been sort of a long-lasting leftist hangout. I think it's probably aimed at Democrats, but it really is really far left. And George Wallace, who I remember grappling with many, many years ago, his latest post, get ready for 1,533 assholes, I don't know why that number is special, to bring assault rifles to every protest they hear about and try to put themselves in a position to be scared. Right, because there's one thing I've learned about this thing, guys, is I really want to go through what Kyle went through. I looked at what Kyle went through and think, gee, that would be a lot of fun. Is there a way I can go to a protest now and get arrested for, like carrying this rifle and shooting somebody so that I can go through what Kyle went through?
Well, that kind of puts you in like the situation that you find yourself now in is kind of like the mutual assured destruction tactic, like Matt. The rioters get shot, and you go to basically court and everything like that, like Kyle did. So I hope it will kind of create this healthy respect to one another, where you are like, okay, we will not attack you. You don't shoot us. Let's chill out, basically.
Well, I saw this thing on Twitter. Somebody was making a joke, a meme, and it said leftists realizing they may no longer be safe attacking people in the streets.
Yeah. And that's what bothers them. And this is what I've said many times, that this was really about removing people's ability to withstand late night rioting and arson. Because all of a sudden, those pesky citizens show up, as Rick Gore would say, those pesky citizens show up with those rifles and they stop us from doing that. Damn it. What can we do? Well, if there's a way that we could just get them off the street so that we can rampage and pillage and they can't stop us. That's what I think a lot of this was about.
Good.
But the idea somehow that all of us, gun nuts as they call us, are now itching to go out and put ourselves in Kyle's shoes. They have got to be kidding me. If anything, I am more reserved now. I'm like, man, I wouldn't want to have to go through that shit. You know?
Yeah. Excellent. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I 100% agree with you, Johnny, that this was about taking away, citizens' abilities when the police aren't doing their job to do things to protect their communities. I think it was just, if the mob comes to your town, you have to just sit there and take it. That's what they wanted. And people like Hassan Piker are already spinning this as, oh, we now have the Kyle Rittenhouse precedent where it's not safe to go peacefully protest without right-wingers trying to shoot you. And that's why it's people like that, and the fact that that's just going to be repeated so often, not just in Twitter, but in mainstream media. Joy Reid saying the same crap that I don't see any of this outcome changing the future whenever we have these kind of events. I think it's going to be just as bad until honestly, this ideology that is driving this gets, kicked to the fringes.
And it's so silly. You end up with this deal. The video I had of that one, I still have it, that one kid carrying his rifle through that park, and these soccer moms are following him, yelling at him, insulting him, demanding to know why he's carrying that dangerous weapon that he could turn around and shoot them. Gee, if he could do that, I think I'd want to stay away from him. You're trying to anger and piss off somebody who you claim could turn around and shoot you. Obviously, you're not really scared of that rifle. If you were, you wouldn't be doing this. And that's part of the problem there. As soon as a person shows up in one of these riots, they'll congregate around him, try to get him into a fight, and then turn around and tell the news reporter, we had to say something because he's carrying that dangerous weapon. He's out here to kill us. Really? And you stood there and you tried to do everything you could to anger him. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Those people need a history lesson about why open carry exists and why concealed carry was the first thing to be actually deemed illegal.
Well, fill us in on that, because I'm not necessarily privy to that history.
Well, in Wisconsin, I got a brief version of it, but I think this has been the case for a while, from what I understand of even the Constitution. Is the idea is that people that are concealing their weapons, they're up to no good. They're mischievous, right? Well, the people that are openly displaying their weapon, they're representing that they are armed and, can protect themselves. That's why they got, concealed carry laws where, right, you can surprise somebody that you don't think has a gun if you're concealing your weapon. You can't surprise somebody if they're carrying a weapon.
Yeah, we talked about that on your show. I remember that.
Yeah, they're considered cowardly if you're concealing your weapon. That's
right.
Yeah.
If I may, with the basically excellent, as you said, that nothing will change. I think I cannot disagree with you on that, because nothing will change in the narrative, in the media, and stuff like that. But on the ground, I think you will see changes, because people will now have in the mind, well, if I try to jump someone, I might get shot. You know what I mean? So I think. Yeah,
I would at least say, I get what you're saying there. Most definitely, so this situation was one of a kind, really. For all the riots that had happened in the United States, and we even had other times where people faced off with, you had people with weapons. You can't even go back to Charlottesville. The only person that died in Charlottesville was as tragic as it was. This was a motor accident thing. If the people with guns wanted to just go shoot a bunch of people, there would have been bodies in the streets because they had a lot of guns there. This was a unique situation of a young boy getting caught alone in the wrong place where this crazy guy was, which is Joseph Rosenbaum, got attacked, right? And then the people around them, which were actually the people deciding that they were going to be vigilantes because they were going to declare that he's some sort of active shooter, chased him down. I just don't think we're going to see something like that again. And if we do, certainly the people around will think twice before chasing down the person that has a gun.
Absolutely.
As they should.
Yeah.
That should be a no-brainer. I don't understand why you have to tell that to people. You're running after somebody with a gun who's running away from you. What are you thinking?
Well, they're not.
Absolutely.
But as I said on one of my videos, they they have elevated the AR-15 to such a political symbol, they have forgotten that it's also a gun.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of which, we have here from GB. Every conservative child should get an AR-15 for Christmas and leave the liberals to fight over goods from China that are unavailable due to the supply chain crisis caused by. Let's go.
Well, that's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah,
that's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, but to be honest, guys, you kind of did that to yourself, that you. Well, not really. No, let me rephrase that. But you embraced that. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that it's necessarily wrong or anything like that. But yeah, for some reason the left went after the AR-15 and stuff like that, and yeah, it is a symbol as of now, and embraced and stuff like that.
Well, I ask you, if Kyle had been carrying a double barrel shotgun, do you think they would have chased him? Probably not. I think because there's something about the AR-15 that just takes on this sort of almost a cartoonish kind of feeling about it.
Well, the media association is militia, Proud Boys, white supremacists, mass shooters, right? That's the association they've given to the AR-15.
And so I think what happens is that because of that, they divert their attention away from the rifle and onto the person. So they're not chasing a boy with a rifle; they're chasing a militia dude. Oh, he's carrying a rifle, by the way. And so you may be onto something there, but somewhere along the line, they seem to lose their fear of that which they claim is supposed to be the deadliest thing. This is like bazooka level thing, but you chased him down, okay, and you pulled on the barrel. That was really smart.
Yeah, COVID crossed with Ebola is not as deadly as AR-15.
Yeah, Rick Gore on his channel said, "I want to give you all liberals," and of course, he's really liberal versus conservative. So, but he said, "I want you to tell you all your liberals that when you want to take a gun from somebody, pull on the barrel."
Well, so another thing that's unique about this case, just because you say that, Johnny, is if you would have told me that somebody shot 3 people at a protest and, because they were attacked, and I just had to guess what kind of person it was, I would guess it would have been like the militia, 2A type, 1%er types, people that they're not white supremacists, but the people that also often get labeled it because they're these, very political patriot types. And Kyle was none of that at all, from what I know. I don't think he was particularly political.
No.
Well, I did message Gage, and I told him that Kyle's been found innocent and waiting for his response so I could post it to everybody on Twitter. Can't wait for him to totally freak out. Because you guys, because I have had full-on long conversations with him, and he knows all my social media and stalked me everywhere there. So I just messaged him there. He knows my YouTube channel. He knows everything where all my stuff is, and so I've trolled him. And now I told him Kyle's been found innocent of all charges because he was telling me Kyle is a Nazi and his life doesn't matter, and that Kyle has to face consequences for his actions. And so
I
now
grappled with Gage early on too.
And then I also
with me.
accused.
I plan to, I will basically tweet at him the video that I made where I've proven that his testimony was inaccurate at best, or full on lie at the worst, and just wondering if he would respond to that.
He's got Kimberly Motley as an attorney. How smart could he be?
Yeah.
Right.
Something like that. But back to Jesus and what we were processing, talk about the guns and stuff like that. I kind of lost track on that. Oh yeah, one thing, the people that say Kyle should, because Kyle was there and he should not have been there and therefore he's guilty, despite it being self-defense and stuff like that. I'm okay, I'm fine that you may think that it is wrong, but I'm at least you are not lying and stuff like that. I can respect that. Yeah, but think of this: you have bunch of criminals, because they even accept that, there was plenty of criminal activity, like going on, and why would you put yourself there? Well, you then have a bunch of criminals dictating where you can and couldn't go in your country. So how far do you stretch it? For example, if you would have a teacher going to a student that knows that is about to join a gang and he wants to talk him out of it, and the gang members, jump him and he needs to defend himself, would he be then found guilty as well? You know what I mean? Like, how far would you stretch it? That's just insanity. And this is a problem because plenty of people simply don't think through what they are suggesting.
And keep in mind a couple of things. One, I already have a dumb argument on that, where I made the argument that a gang could simply rope off a neighborhood and you would have no right to go into the neighborhood anymore. And you say, well, I can call the police and they can escort me. Police won't escort you. They don't act as private security.
Absolutely.
So a gang could literally take control over an entire neighborhood and basically tell you can't come in here. And if you do, and we attack you, then we could use the rule that you weren't supposed to be here. You should have known that going into our territory is going to cause a provocation. And why were you here? So you lose your freedoms when that happens. When you allow a group to say that you don't belong in a certain area that's taxpayer funded, you've lost your right. The other one is these same people don't believe it anyway, because when Crystal Kaiser comes in, they're going to be defending her even though she went to his house. Now, if you believe that Kyle didn't belong in that Kenosha neighborhood, how are you going to explain why Crystal Kaiser was in Randall Volar's home?
Well,
precisely.
Yeah, they're not going to make the logical connection because they refuse to. But there's also like a slightly less dumb version of the argument where, well, Kyle should have never been there, but I think he did act in self-defense. And I just go back to, I just keep thinking, like, yeah, maybe, like, the risk reward, kind of stupid to be there. Wouldn't want my kid to be there. But at the same time, when that shit's happening, like, if you're not going to be there, who is? Mm-hmm. Right? Are you just going to let your city burn? And I just don't think people are seeing that side of the argument.
Well, I think it's dangerous to ever even bring in this, he didn't belong there, even if you're going to qualify it as, but it was still self-defense, because I don't think that argument should ever be raised ever. You could go anywhere you want. Now, a court order can prevent you from going to a place, but that's because the judge will look at the constitutional issues. I make a decision based on that. But nobody should be able to say, you're not allowed to go in such and such if it's public property.
Yeah, and I especially hated the argument that basically it was none of his business what's going on there and stuff like that. And I'm like, or that he didn't belong there, he was not from there, etc. And I'm like, isn't he American? Aren't there his fellow Americans, like in the need of help? Isn't that fucking enough? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, wow.
But what would happen if, like, my neighbor got attacked and I did nothing, and I went out to the news and said, wasn't my business.
No.
Hey, I heard it, but it wasn't my business. They would be all over me. What about good guy with a gun? Well, you didn't want good guys with the guns. You already said that we should just only worry about our own thing. Well, that's not exactly community building. And that seems to defy all the tenets that you on the left were been preaching for the last 100 years.
Axel, you wanted to say something?
I think next on the list along the types of arguments we're talking about is the superficially true but completely vapid statement that life is more important than property.
Yeah.
How many times have you heard that one?
If they genuinely believe that, they wouldn't be coming at people who have guns. And not only that, surprisingly today, I haven't been called a fake liberal Nazi supporter for some unknown reason. I was waiting for it to happen. And then another thing, hold on a second. JB, why isn't Gage Grasskreutz on trial for attempted murder of Kyle Rittenhouse?
He didn't attempt to murder him. I'm sorry, but he didn't attempt to murder him.
Yeah, Skarlet, we're trying to keep it on the topic, but yeah,
So I was reading
GB,
something.
yeah, well, then
I'm sorry,
let me.
he did not, as far as I could tell, commit any
Yeah.
serious crimes.
Yeah, definitely. But Excel, what did you say, sorry? And Skarlet, and we try to keep it at the topic.
Yeah, I was just saying, on the lines of the types of arguments we're making, it's the superficially true but completely vapid statement that life is more important than property.
Yeah, right.
And
we talked about that one on your show, XL, quite a bit, and yeah.
What people don't understand is property doesn't just poof into existence, right? Property is the product of the labor, oftentimes with these small businesses, the blood, sweat, and tears of the people involved. Those two things are interchangeable.
Yeah. Not to mention, how many people will now suffer or die because of the damages. If, for example, we'll have people who have some form of a sickness or something like that, and they lost everything. They cannot, now afford the treatment. They might die. You know what I mean? How many people? Because there was redirected $50 million in damages. 30 million were redirected there. Those are from community projects and stuff like that. How many kids that will not have good enough schools, etc. Free time projects. They will turn to crime, to gangs. End up in prison or die. The riots will cost more lives. In basically when you start to calculate it like this, then the shooting itself.
Well, I will say this. They want to push this argument that property is more important than lives because they want to burn your property.
Yeah. And
they don't want you to be able to stop them.
Yeah.
That is what that is all about.
Yeah.
And there's no sugarcoating it. I mean, they want free reign. They want to go through, they want to torch anything they want to torch. And you have to sit there and cower in the corner while we burn your property down. And if you try to stop us, well, what about our lives? You're trying to stop. What about, lives are more important. So you just stand there and let this happen. And once you allow that kind of thing to happen, there's no more freedom. Because if you can't even own property, then what freedom do you have?
And they're forgetting that property is literally one of the fundamental human rights by Geneva Convention. I believe the eighth one.
Yeah, and I would follow it up by saying, I have a solution. Stay away from my property, then I won't have to make that decision.
Definitely, yeah.
You put me in that spot where I had to make a decision between property and life. Well, I made it.
It's if you applied that universally where people could just get away with burning down property with no risk to their life, then we just leave society to the marauders, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, precisely.
That's how third world countries are born.
And I'm sorry, what the fuck is that bullshit? We literally were you guys didn't have to do that in the US, but in Europe we needed to do that for literally millennia to fight off invaders that wanted to basically come in, steal our shit and go away. Be it Huns, be it Mongols, be it Vikings. What I mean, throughout the years. We were killing people over our property so they don't take it away. Dude, come on.
Yeah, it just does not align to the reality that we live in. It sounds superficially true, right? Am I going to shoot somebody that's running off with, I don't know, my laptop? No, right? But if they're trying to burn down my house, maybe.
Well, and there's one more thing, because people just take it as a property, but no, that's not just property. It's someone's home. I'm sorry, I would kill 100 men, if someone would want to burn my family house down. I was born there, I was raised there. I have plenty of memories there. My whole family, basically my great-grandpa built that house, what I mean? When we were restoring a roof, some 7 years ago or some such, we found newspapers, in the stuffing for the roof, it was old style. We found newspapers from 1920, they just put blood, sweat, and tears into that. It's not just mortar and brick. It's far more. It's my home.
It goes back to this. I mean, property doesn't just poof into existence. Like all property, including that house, is representative of the lifetimes of people that put work into that house.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you know, and I bring up this thing all the time, and I brought it up in your show, XL, and that is, we do put a price on lives. We do it all the time.
Yeah.
I'm sure that the person who's driving their vehicle didn't choose it because it was the safest. But wait a minute, you put your family at risk, and if it was truly going to be truly safe, it would probably cost $200,000, and you would be upset about it.
Yeah,
So-
it's actually, I've heard economists talk about this, and they're like, you know, to be on, like, in reality, we do put a price on life, and it's like, you know, the government with all their policy decisions, they put a price on it. Insurance companies put a price on it. Like you said, your car manufacturer puts a price on it, and apparently it turns out to be about $1.7 million.
Yeah, and that was it's. I think the first time I heard about this coming out was the Ford Pinto deal, where Ford Company had a memo out that basically decided whether they should make a modification to the Pinto, and they decided not to because it would raise the cost of the car by a certain amount. And they based it on a government document that listed essentially, for all practical purposes, the value of a human life. And all of the car companies use these things.
Yeah.
And it was Ford.
This isn't just a fact. Oh, sorry.
No, just quickly, you know, I found it. I can actually pull it up. The Article 17 of UN Declaration says that the right for property is, you know, like basic human right. Give me a second. There we go. Yeah, right here.
Oh, by the way, just as an interruption, Richie's Corner said he still had an illegal gun. If he's talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, no, the gun was declared legal.
Yeah, there's a Mr. Corner was talking about Gage Griscoes and why he's not charged. You know,
oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, no, and Mr. Meyer then thought that he's speaking about Kyle. So yeah, Axel, what you wanted to say?
I forgot, so it obviously wasn't very important.
Sorry about that, guys.
But that's a good question. Like, why Gage is not charged with illegal possession? You know? Again, like, holy shit, Binger, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean?
Well, it's so you know what side of the fence like he's on. It's politically not beneficial for him to charge Gage, right? I mean, from my standpoint, Binger is a left-wing activist prosecutor. He plans on running. A lot of people said that this was a big deal, a big loss for him, but he can just go up and say, hey, I tried to fight the good fight, and I did what I could, and, you know, the judge hamstrung me, and you know, I did the best I can, and as DA, I'll keep fighting this good fight for you. And that's what he's going to run on. He's going to be proud of what he did.
Yeah, well, or, you know, he will go for some other office, or he, you know, for some, cozy job in CNN, MSNBC, whatever. You know what I mean?
However, I would counter by saying, you know, we knew that Kyle was guilty. The video evidence was so strong, and you couldn't get a conviction?
Yeah, everybody knew that was ridiculous. You brought up several times how, you know, Mark Richards won. Thank God they did, man. Hats off to Richards. I'm sure you guys already talked about it. Hats off to Cherafisi. Like, I thought they did a great job. I spent a lot of time watching Nick Rekieta's stream, and it's real easy to listen to those lawyers and listen to them call out the flaws and stuff, but it wasn't their trial, and at the end of the day, not guilty on all accounts. It's everything we asked for.
Our son.
And then some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was kind of critical, but yeah, I agree with you. In the end, they did win the damn thing. So, and I think that Robert Barnes is what kind of turned the tide against Richards to a large extent, because Barnes came out and basically said a really lot of bad things about Mark Richards. And you get into the political end of this on the right, where you have the Lynn Wood backers, and you have the Robert Barnes backers, and you have the Mark Richards backers, and they don't necessarily agree.
Yeah, what I heard from Robert Barnes was I didn't seem saying a lot of bad about Richards necessarily. I think he had criticisms, right? Like I thought he was going more after the person that was in charge of Kyle's defense fund. I forgot the name. The guy that's been offering security. Yeah, I thought like that's what I heard Barnes attacking most was David Hancock.
He was ripping Mark Richards pretty bad, in fact, saying he's never won. And he felt that it was Mark Richards that refused to allow his jury academy, I guess, for all.
And it might have been the right move. I talked to you about this before. Well, I think maybe it was you. I've talked about it before. Is you got to look at it the other way. Like if Robert Barnes' name is attached to this case, like the media has already been poisoned. Now all of a sudden you get to throw out the guy that defended Alex Jones into the mix, right? This dude that was on InfoWars as a person that's supporting Kyle Rittenhouse and part of his legal team.
Yeah, I agree with that. That would be
like there's valid reasons why Richards would be like, look, this isn't going to fly in Kenosha. We don't need you here. Now, if for civil trial stuff, if that happens, then I think somebody like Barnes could do a great job, bringing up the defamation cases and stuff. I'm not even thinking that's going to happen. To be honest, I don't think Kyle has any interest in litigating this any further.
Yeah, I understand that. Here's from Mr. Corner, just a quick, in Chicago, during the rioting, the police are allowed to kill arsonists on site if they are in the act. I don't have any problem with that, because you start a fire, it can, engulf whole city blocks and stuff like that, because, plenty of people, their lives and stuff like that, so.
Well, and some of these kind of depend on whether the governor's read the Riot Act or not. So in other words, whether it's really under a state looting deal.
Yeah.
But that varies from state to state. I have no idea what Illinois says about that at all.
Yeah.
But you may be right. I mean, because there's the assumption that there could be a person inside. You don't know.
Not only that, but the fire could simply become uncontrollable and start skipping between buildings and stuff like that, And by the way, these laws, those are really old laws.
Yeah.
We have something to that effect too, and those are really from old times. You know what I mean? We have it, from all the way back from Austrian-Hungarian Empire, something like that.
Are you talking about a riot act kind of stuff or arson?
The arson when it comes to in a city, because take for example the Great Fire of London, holy crap, in 1800s, there was very tens of thousands of dead people. You know what I mean? The whole city, half of the city was basically burned, and what they needed to do, too. But in the Great Fire of London, what they needed to do, they needed to literally create a firewall, or is it firewall, or when you basically burn a part, of something so it doesn't spread further.
Break.
Yeah, fire break. Yeah, thank you. They needed to basically level a big part of the city in order to stop the fire from spreading. Fire in a city, a massive fire, that's no joke.
Yeah, but in this case, they were just small fires.
Yeah, I mean, I was a few times already saying that be it happening here, they, we would not just be standing around, we would be going around and kicking some ass, and no one would have problems with that.
Yeah, that arson law, I'm sure it probably refers to residential buildings or actual structures. So I don't know. I'm not familiar with Illinois law.
Yeah. He also says, which is why Chicago had very few fires during the rioting relative to looting. Where were there riots in Chicago? Was it in around?
I don't know anything about them.
No, they existed. It was. Look, Chicago every night, 45 people are shot. So, or every weekend. So, it was just all the riots in New York City. You'd see videos of it, but it was just the norm. Chaos on the streets.
Yeah. Hey Axel, we actually were talking about the rifle. I see you in the chat. We for example suggested that he could auction it off, make money off of it, because I think there would be a market for it.
I'm sure there would. Well, in some ways I say sadly, like I really. Granted, I'm even holding Kyle Rittenhouse up as a political symbol, but it's not really Kyle Rittenhouse I'm holding up. It's the events, right? Like, this is a definitive moment of whether or not you can defend yourself in America or not. And we literally have half the country saying you can't, at least in the media, right? But Kyle himself, like, I think he's taking back his little TikTok, I want to be famous, bro. Like, I think he's just like, I don't want to be famous. It sucks.
He succeeded in that, yeah, definitely. Jeez, but with the... God, I lost train of thought. Yeah.
Well, what I was saying is, the person that was chatting was just saying that Kyle can actually get that AR now, and I wouldn't be surprised, like with as traumatized as Kyle is, if he never wants to see that specific rifle at least ever again.
Yeah.
I think you may have joined on late, but if they auction that rifle, it's going to pull $1 million.
I think it will. I think you're right.
So we may have a Dominic versus Kyle fight over whose rifle that is.
Okay, so that would be part of it, right?
And I suggested that they basically sell it and then split the proceeds evenly. Both of them have been really through a lot on this, and why go through litigation on something like that? Just split it evenly, and but yeah, that rifle is worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, if I could afford it, I'd buy it. I just don't have the money.
There was a commenter in one of the live streams I was part of, and he literally said that the perfect ending would be that the verdict is announced, not guilty on all charges, celebrates and stuff like that. Kyle starts to walk out of the door, and the judge, calls out to him, "Hey kid, you forgot something," and tosses him the AR.
Like the Coca-Cola commercial.
Yeah, that would be brilliant, honestly.
By the way, the other thing that Kyle can now actually take advantage of, he could have legally done it, but he couldn't do it for the visuals. But all of the branding, the little kid holding the gun that's on the flag, that's like the new flag of Gadsden flag. All of that merchandise showing him, he can now market that. Unfortunately, a lot of people have been making money on that for his likeness. Shouldn't have been doing it, but he can now do that, and I think that there could be some money in that. A whole line of clothing on Second Amendment Gadsden flag. I'd buy it. Hell yeah. I'd have that thing flying off of my truck.
Well, to be honest, they could just use the Free Cal, USA store already. They have that set up and just expand merchandise and on that.
Well, they did sell, and you see my cap. I have one, but they were only able to sell it for a short time before they got deplatformed. So those are rare items.
Yeah.
But yeah, he can now go in through a line of clothing, and sell this merchandise.
Yeah, there you go.
And I can't imagine how many thousands of these flags and bumper stickers and all that stuff that he could sell.
Yeah, 100%. That is one. Don't skate on me.
Logical Checkmate. In the StreamYards chat, I sent you a link with a video that I think you will appreciate.
Yeah, okay.
While you're pulling it up, I'm going to have to give you a drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
But yeah, it turns out the meme smiths are a little bit ahead of you.
Okay. Yeah. Can actually play that for you guys.
Yeah, I haven't even started drinking yet. I'm already.
So I'm gonna wait for the.
Speaking of drinks, I am certainly drinking some scotch later to celebrate. The thing is, the jury came in way too early for me to start drinking. I got stuff to do on a weekday.
What's your time zone?
Central Time, United States, so it's 6:30 here.
I'll wait for the fuck it. I'll go also for a glass. Taking a quick break, guys.
All right. Well, I'm gonna do an Ask Me Anything to both the chats because I am here by myself. Can I chill? I guess I can chill.
So, do we have?
Okay, so I have another idea.
Oh, never mind. Everything's back already.
So, I'm actually popping open a new bottle for this, a Maker's Mark Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, handmade actually. It's anyone wait.
Oh, by the way, at some other future time, I'm going to have to tell you a story about Maker's Mark, the distillery. I visited it. Yeah. And by the way, a lot of people still think it's an independent label. It is no longer. Jim Beam bought it out.
Okay.
So it's part of a conglomerate. So you're drinking corporate swill.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go buy a bottle of Glenlivet here in a little bit.
Okay, I'm telling everybody, and I ran out, but Koval, Koval, Koval oat whiskey is the best damn thing I've ever had in my life.
All right,
Okay.
if I see that at the liquor store I go to, I'll get it, but the chances are it won't be there because it is a very tiny liquor store that is nearby.
Yeah,
ran by a nice Korean couple, an old Korean couple that also run the laundromat next door.
Well, I wonder, could you ask them how they would react if there would be riots, that people burning their property and stuff like that?
Oh my god! I can't imagine. So I live in Kansas City, Missouri, which I think it's a very politically tame city. Trump came to town. I was working downtown and I could see out the office like exactly where Trump was going to give his speech. Everywhere else, protesters show up like crazy. I saw like a handful of people standing on a corner, like nothing happened. I think there was one of those anti-immigration organizations. I think it's like ACER or whatever. I don't know. They had a little demonstration downtown, and like the news was making a big deal out of it and how police were going to be everywhere. There were probably more cops than demonstrators. And like as far as like Antifa people, they were there like on the other side, and there was like shouting matches going on, which was kind of funny. But there were like 10 of them. They did have a big commie flag, but it's just I just could not imagine a riot here. The way I look at it is, I guess people in this town just have shit to do.
I just want to quickly say that when I asked, for example, my parents or like friends and stuff like that, or on the situation, and one say, "Hey, would you have a problem if?" By the way, cheers. Don't know that. Na zdraví. It's good. And I literally say, hey, what would you have a problem if I would go, like, call it, to that situation and stuff like that? Would you consider me a bad person? And they're like, what do you mean people would be burning down a city? I don't understand, I don't follow. And I literally need to show them show them the footage, if this would be, okay, first of all, that could never happen. Like every single time, that could never happen here, you know what I mean? I don't want to like brag or anything, but it's just like, holy shit, that's not normal, you know what I mean? And one person said, yellow vests in France, mate. French are weird, okay? There's a joke that after the war, Germans went to work and French started to protest. Just saying, and you actually, as I work in France and in Germany both, you can spot the difference actually, like truly.
Well, we don't have the problem here because we have a brutal police force. You just don't want, and I don't live, the nearest like metropolitan area is probably Tulsa. You don't fuck with the Tulsa Police Department.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the guys they're chasing. You can see it on YouTube. They're chasing after somebody. They're firing an AR-15 through their windshield at him while they're chasing him. They don't mess around. And, and the one where they chased this one suspect through a mobile home park and just ran him over. It's just running because he had fired at him. So he's holding a gun plowed right over him.
I think the only reason I think the only reason you don't hear about some of the shit that happens in places like Oklahoma is because it's not cops going after black people; it's cops going after poor whites and sometimes indigenous
that's
people.
True. Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
Yeah,
But,
definitely. By the way, so I'll share the video. We have here some memes. So can you see it all? Good. So.
This cracks me up every time.
Play it again.
Okay.
Yes. I'm pretty sure if this was shared on Twitter before acquittal, it would have been removed before anybody had a chance to share it.
Yeah. That's beautiful, honestly. This is why I love internet, honestly.
By the way, that raises another interesting topic, and that is all of the corporate deplatforming, not only of Kyle, but us.
Fuck
I
yeah.
mean, this is on Twitter.
Fuck yeah.
On Twitter, I literally could not engage in conversation.
Yeah.
The only people that would ever see my tweets were people who followed me. And and take a look. I have 400 subscribers, and I value every one of them. But I've been at this for a year. I have 400 videos.
Well, and you're still grossly undersubbed.
And guess what? It's all the algorithm, and I'll tell you, I think that Kyle has a very legit complaint that this was a mobilization campaign against him. It wasn't just like the people say the media. The media was against him. This was a campaign, and I think it was organized and did everything in its power to convict this dude. And now he's been acquitted. So does he have a claim against Facebook and YouTube and Twitter?
Well, and add on the TikTok.
I think he does.
It's and GoFundMe.
He's in order for that to happen, he's going to have to find some lawyers that are willing to take the case up pro bono, right? Because Kyle's defense fund, like people aren't going to raise money for a civil suit defense at this point. I don't think. He's acquitted, and they're just going to have to be betting on them winning. And I think also they're going to have to just be like, we're going to do all the work. You just have to sign that we're doing this on your behalf because you're the one that's being defamed. Right? Because I don't think Kyle's going to want any part of it. But I'm pretty sure in a civil suit, he doesn't even have to be in court.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that a lawyer would do it primarily for, one, there's a good chance of settlement, and the lawyer gets a part of that. So there's a good chance the lawyer would recover a large part of his expenses. The other one is it's kind of famous. I mean, they thrive on notoriety, and defending Kyle Rittenhouse would probably put them in good. I think there would be plenty of lawyers willing to do it, whether he has a really good case or not.
Well, I think it's a good idea for Kyle, but like, you know, him being 17 and just what he's gone through, I can understand why he would just want to stay away from anything lawyer related for as long as he possibly can. But unfortunately, he's got to do some stuff to rehabilitate his image in the public so that, you know, as he moves on in life, when you search for his name, all of a sudden the new articles are that, you know, oh, he got a big settlement because all this shit that we read about him before was a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Axel, I don't know if you've been here earlier. I was suggesting that Kyle should be actually traveling the country and speaking and be like, hey, media completely shafted me. You can be next. Let's change it. Left, right, doesn't matter. Let's just have truth, you know, like in our media. Because his name is, you know, like he has a big name now and he would draw crowds, you know what I mean? And even the you know, like the protests against him and stuff like that, you know, they would draw shit tons of attention, a lot of power. But I just wanted to also say when it comes to the corporations, you know, like going against him, I don't know if this is true. That was just when the Rittenhouse was claiming in one of the interviews. TikTok apparently literally wrote algorithm that whenever someone said Kyle Rittenhouse in his video, it literally muted the sound. I kid you not. That was her claim, that when someone said, like Kyle Rittenhouse, it was simply muted.
Yeah,
automatically.
Yeah, right. And writing Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent. No, it was Kyle Rittenhouse did no wrong.
Did nothing wrong.
Banned from Twitter.
Well, I did it today, and I'm not banned.
Let's try
to do it. I did it today already. I'm still on Twitter.
Oh shit! My Twitter actually exploded.
I haven't even looked. Hang on, I got to check and see.
Yeah.
Check. Yeah, mine did too.
Oh yeah, some memes are coming from Meliti Kilala. By the way, I wanted to say one more thing with the militias and stuff like that. I know you have a basic. This is so strange, like right now going on in our country. You have a proud history of basically, militias. Like literally being a big part of foundation of your country, something that you should be proud. But also there was some tainted history because, for example, there were plenty of militias raised, to basically go against, slave uprisings and stuff like that. So there's also this. Maybe it would not be a bad idea to, when it comes to situations like this in Kenosha, to move to a different name from militia to, for example, Home Guard, just to play it safe, Thoughts?
I'm sorry,
Johnny.
Okay, hang on. Sorry, I got distracted. I had to respond to somebody who said something stupid, and I got to correct them right now.
I was searching for my email from Twitter that said that that I was suspended for saying Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing wrong. Turns out it's really hard to search Gmail for a very specific email from Twitter because every email has the word Twitter in it for some reason.
Okay. Do you want me to repeat that, or?
Yeah, go ahead and repeat it.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that you are now with the in a strange position when it comes to militias and stuff like that, because on one hand you owe militias, like the existence of your country, right? Citizens formed together, you know what I mean, and started to fight against the British Empire. But on the other hand, you have also a bad, PR, let's say, because there were plenty of militias formed to suppress slave uprisings, for example, and that is kind of touchy subject, today. So I was saying that maybe it would not be a bad idea to move away from the word militia if you have, again, a situation like in Kenosha, somewhere in the country. By the way, I fully support the right of the populace to defend themselves, but to instead use the word home guard, for example, instead of militia. Maybe it would be safer, in the media, in the politics, because
so I would agree with you if it wasn't for the fact that they're going to look at that and they're going to be like militia. They're just going to say the word. That is most definitely a tactic that I see on the left, these linguistic games where they just are constantly changing the words on people in order to change the argument. But this is one of those things where you're going to see it very clearly that these people are going around, they're opening carrying weapons, and people are going to say the word militia. And it's like you said before, it's baked into our Constitution, the word militia, right? So even legal arguments, right, you have to bring up the Second Amendment is the reason they're able to do this, which has the word militia in there. So I just don't, as good of an idea as it would to be like, hey, we're different from this other thing that you're deciding is militia. We're just citizens that are trying to protect our town, right? I don't see a way to get the negative connotation away, especially because the left they just don't want people to have guns, period. I mean, that's the honest truth. It's why, in the election season, when Pete Buttigieg said, "Damn right, we're going to take your weapons," at least he was honest, right? He didn't try to beat around the bush.
Yeah. I must say also another thing that I find bonkers is, the guns. Why is it a political thing in my a political thing? You know what I mean? And everybody is like, oh yeah, well, citizens should have access to guns.
Because who owns them?
Yeah, well, okay, but still, the left can own them too right now.
Yeah, I'm actually. I mean, I think he's right, and I don't. So divide and conquer is kind of like the way both of our political parties work, which ensures that they're going to get about 50% of the vote, right? So
100%.
you actually can divide about half the country into people that are super pro gun ownership, pro, self-defense protection, versus 50% of people that say private citizens shouldn't have guns, or very limited, it should be restricted to hunting and sport, or maybe home protection only. It should only be certain types of guns. So, like, strategically, like, it makes sense that with a two-party system, if you're trying to get, things split up as evenly as possible and just fighting over that middle category of votes, it makes sense. I mean, I think that's like abortion. It's always what gay marriage was, like these divisive issues that oftentimes I think aren't the most important issue of the time, but they drive a very visceral emotional reaction, especially the guns thing with AR-15s, because it's associated with mass shooters. So not sure how it started, but that's why it's political. It is exactly what he said. It's who owns them, right? It's one party. It's people that vote for a certain political party.
Mm-hmm. Think of the branding with the American flag. How many times have we seen, I drove alongside this truck and it had these large American flags flying. And the other people, that's horrible. Like, okay, look, flying an American flag off your truck doesn't hurt anybody. They're projecting on the person, the type of person that they think the guy is. And it's with the same thing with the rifle. They see the AR-15 and they think this must be a Trumper, which is like, oh my God, right? That's the worst. They pretty much immediately categorize the person as embodying everything they hate. And so it's a political symbol. And so having a lot of guns basically places you in a box where you must be pro-Trump, you must, hate Biden and hate people of color. It goes right down the line.
Yeah. Well, and just if I may excel to your point before, from the outside, it is clear that the overall strategy of both political parties is to kind of push to more extreme, if you would, or stay ground, whatever, right? But basically to, as you said, divide and conquer. And it is why? Because then people are far less inclined to vote for a third party, for example, for whatever. Because, now, oh shit, if I vote, I don't know, for example, Green, party or whatever, then my side, these things that I value a lot, I will kind of lose on that, you know what I mean? And that's like, it seems to me to be an intentional strategy, and kind of like, guys, let's do it like this between both parties,
Yeah, I mean, logically, some of it makes sense, like with the connection between like guns versus leftists that don't want it with ideologies, right? Because if you kind of look at it, like, the right is kind of more associated with, or at least they pretend to be associated with, like, strict constitutional originalism, which, gun ownership is very encompassed in that. The left is more associated with, like, these ideas of progress and making a more peaceful society, and they think that eliminating guns will help do that. So I see the connecting to some, but, like, really, like, what does gun ownership have to do with environmental stuff, right? The left is real big on, like, the Green New Deal. Like, it seems completely disconnected from whether or not people should own AR-15. Should people just vote on those lines?
Yeah, absolutely. And Jesus, I guess they don't respect the ancient wisdom that weapons maintain peace.
Well, it's funny. Everybody actually knows that. They look at things in isolated incidents. Well, in this situation, a weapon couldn't possibly maintain peace. In fact, it does the opposite. But in that situation, weapons are totally legit because, I don't know, the government has them. We voted on the people that had the weapons is the reason. It's a head scratcher.
Actually, I actually want to do a video on just a short one, or like I want to do a series basically of videos on the gun culture in Czech Republic. And if you're not aware, we basically perceive like everything as a 22 pistol, small revolver, or whatever over like ARs, AKs. All the way up to 20mm cannons, like it's the same category of a weapon. You know what I mean? It's legal to own, with a license, and we are one of the safest countries in the world. You know what I mean? So
where do I get my immigration papers? You've been trying to lure me out to the Czech Republic now for a while.
Well, isn't the problem in the Czech Republic? And actually, my brother was married to a woman from the Czech Republic for a long time, so not completely unfamiliar with it. And that was years ago. It was like not too much longer after the divide. My brother's 10 years older than I am, and I'm 37. So, but isn't like your guys' problem? It's not much different than ours, but just like most of Eastern Europe, where there's a lot of political corruption.
First of all, what? Central Europe?
Whatever. Aren't you? Wait, am I wrong on my history? Aren't you one of the? Was the Czech Republic one of the ex-Soviet states?
In the Eastern Bloc, yeah, definitely, but still in like Central Europe.
Okay, that's all I was referring to. I get the post-Soviet, the post-communist European countries still deal with a lot of political corruption.
Yes and no, because there's we are on it, like actually not that far away from developed countries and stuff like that, and the issue is like the small level corruption, like for the most part. Like you have a big in the government contracts, basically. Obviously, every time there's a new government, they investigate the old one, like that happens, but it is like honestly on the downturn. But yeah, that is a problem, but in Czech Republic far less than in Romania or Hungary or something like that. We were always we are by far the most developed country out of the post-Soviet ones. The same standard of living like in Germany, in United States and stuff like that. So that's not an issue.
I've heard that the real problem with the Czech Republic was that their women were hot but meaner than hell. Is that right?
Yeah, they don't take shit.
I could honestly attest to that, because my the ex-wife of my brother's, like, and I still have to deal with her occasionally because I have a nephew. He's 24 now, but that's his mom. But she was mean, right? Like that's why my brother was finally like, I can't take it anymore, right? Like she was when she got mad, she was wicked mean. And she was smoking hot. Like my friends were all like 14 when she was around, and we're all like, "Your brother's wife's so hot." And her sister was hot too, and her sister was mean as fuck as well. They were working for her sister and her boyfriend were working for this cleaning company that was like stealing shit from the stores, and they got caught, and then she just threw her boyfriend under the bus and got a lawyer and decided to marry that lawyer.
Oh.
Wow, that's...
Well. Get going on that.
Oh, man. Oh, by the way, we have to talk about Lahar-chan. Remember him?
Yeah,
the guy he accused Ripley of being Kyle. He accused me of being Kyle's dad. And then he accused another person of being Kyle's mom. And I really want to send him a message and say, hey, man, how did you know? I mean, how did you know? I had to ban you from my channel just to keep it under the wraps. But now that the trial is over, I'm glad my son made it through okay.
Yeah, we like those haters became somewhat quiet, like over the last 2 or 3 weeks, That's kind of funny.
Yeah, Lahar-chan, if those people who don't know, he's a guy who went through about, I think, 14 different accounts, because I would ban him from the channel on one account, he would create a new one. And then I would ban that one and he'd create a new one. And one time he sent me a threatening message saying that he doesn't know who I'm dealing with. And look, I'm just going to go ahead and level with you. Why don't you just go ahead and let me say my pieces? Because if you don't, I'm just going to keep doing this. And I said, I can erase your accounts faster than you can make them. And after a while, he disappeared. But it's weird. He had me down as Kyle's father, and Ripley was Kyle.
Yeah. And I must say I got it. I must say,
you got him.
Yeah. I think
one movie of insects out there in the Czech Republic. Oh, here he is.
I must say, I think that Mr. Huber Senior was one of our haters. Honestly,
really?
Given in like how,
I mean, I would not be surprised, really, because he was like, although his technology skills were pretty bad, but
make a Google account, you know what I mean? Like how
I would not be surprised.
Yeah, because like given like what was said a few times and on what the person was focused on and stuff like that, I was like, I would be, like if I would be Mr. Huber, I would be pissed about that or something like. And to be honest, I don't. If that's the case, I don't blame him that much. Like everyone needs to cope differently. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Huber is the only person in this situation that I, in some ways feel sorry for. Like, I don't know. I know he had a kind of a fucked up past, at least one incident, right? But he doesn't seem like was a totally like, irredeemably terrible person, right?
Are you talking about
Anthony Huber?
Yes. Okay.
He had more than one incident, but okay.
Are you aware that he literally put a knife to neck / body?
I did, and I just don't know the circumstances around that or what he's done since or how long ago that was.
Yeah.
He had 2 serious incidences, and he was actually labeled by the state as a habitual offender of domestic violence. Now, keep in mind, it had been a while since he had been in trouble.
No.
So
what I'm saying, I don't know anything about that because I've known of people that were they were. First off, they were drug fiends and they were like serious meth addicts for a while. Mm-hmm. And they had a lot of episodes like that until they finally got clean.
No.
And then they weren't so crazy.
Yeah, there's Mr. Colonel saying he pulled on the barrel of the gun. It's hard to feel sorry for him. Like, I mean, to degree. Like, I mean, it's like Darwinism. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
like,
he set himself up to get shot. I just meant, like, I wish I can see how a well-intended person, given the idiocy that is driven into people's minds, just like we're talking about, like ascribing what the AR-15 is onto the person, making them, thinking that he's doing something heroic, like the state was trying to prove. Like, I can actually see that argument, like in somebody getting themselves killed is what that's what happened. They got themselves killed. Yeah. But out of stupidity is what I would say.
Yeah,
I could say like it was tragic for him to do that. I don't know if Huber would have actually killed Kyle if he got the gun. Maybe everybody else would have killed him. We've seen what happens when mobs actually get somebody on the ground. Everybody takes their shot at them, and I think somebody was just sharing a video around today of somebody taking a mob beating, and then some of the people that were around cheering it on being shocked later when the dude was dead. All happened in a matter of 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's plausible.
The whole mob mentality thing was sort of never discussed much. The very fact that a person can do that which they would not normally do because others are doing it.
I'm actually surprised that wasn't brought up in trial. Because on counts 2 and 3, that would have been a big win to sell to the jury. Is that and you can't look at it like you have to look at all these other people around. Well,
3, 4, 5, mate. The second count was Richie McGuinness.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The other 2 people shot. There we go. So event number 2. Like that was, if Kyle was left defenseless on the ground without his gun, he would have been swarmed. Like there were enough people around, there were enough people chasing him. Everybody would have gotten their licks in, and nobody would have stopped him.
Yeah, there was literally a dude, clad completely in black with a balaclava, on where you could see on his eyes, and he had some pipe or 2x4 in his hand. Like, what is he gonna do with that once Kyle is defenseless? Like,
exactly.
Like,
you can't describe this as just being, well, they were out there to keep people from getting hurt. No, they saw a kid on the run and a political opponent, and they saw people chasing him, and it was just instinctive. Well,
that goes, as you said, the mob mentality kind of thing, and it is with violence. I kid you not, I've seen videos of literally I don't know, there's for example a thief or something like that, or armed robber, whatever, and he gets overpowered by the crowd and he's on the ground, and the crowd is kicking him, and there are literally people from the street that just like bystanders that were just walking, had nothing to do with that, they don't know what happened, nothing, and they just join in.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
That's something, like psychological, that's like for someone else. But yeah, these examples happen, I've seen them.
Yeah. So I see that Huber and to a lesser extent, Grosskreutz, they see a political opponent, young kid running. They see their compadres, as they would describe them, chasing after him. And I think that's all that was needed. I don't think it mattered whether they thought that Kyle shot anybody. It didn't matter at that point. They got in on the chase because that was the thing to do. And they forgot that when the person turns the rifle on you, it can stop the threat really easily. They just didn't take that into consideration. But while they're chasing him, all they can think about was, let's kick his ass. Let's kick his ass. And, we all know what happened.
If they weren't thinking that, then they should have been correcting all the people around them yelling that.
Yeah. Hey, the guy's got a gun.
I would actually I actually thought that Gage Grosskreutz was kind of had this mentality before I seen his stream. I didn't see it earlier, because I was like, he could have shot Kyle. That wasn't a problem. Kyle was on the ground. He could even bounce he basically couldn't shoot too high. He just needed to shoot Kyle and lower. He could have literally bounced the rounds from the pavement even into him. Or from the road, sorry. There was an easy... Hey, cheers, Excel.
Hey, you got the camera to work.
Yeah.
I got an amazing beard.
Those were, beautiful beard wins, all around. Those would be easy shots, from the pistol. I'm sorry, and I was thinking, Gage, maybe he just panicked, didn't know what to do. Okay, but then when I've seen the stream, I was like, you've got to be shitting me, you know what I mean? Why would you yell stop him? Why would you do that, you idiot?
Yeah, the correct answer was let him go to the police.
Yeah, definitely.
And they knew where the police were. You could see them right down the street.
And because they were pushed away from that location before by the police.
Everybody knew where the police were.
Yeah, precisely. I'm sorry that there was, and
this whole idea somehow that, people told, Kyle, or people told these people that Kyle had shot somebody. I am not going to take shots or try to kill somebody because somebody told me that he has committed a crime. Hell no. Yeah. Suppose they're wrong, and I just killed some innocent dude.
Well, that's another thing. We basically went with. We know that everyone included was a criminal and a violent criminal like that. There's this thing that where they have I've seen it in multiple cases when they have a chance to basically be on the side of the righteous and, and even be violent and stuff like that. They take it immediately, without thinking, they just jump in, I don't know, maybe it's a guilt trying to redeem themselves. I don't know. I cannot speak for that. Yeah, but I've seen it in like around the world. The best example of it is there was a terrorist attack in London where like jihadi man, had a few butcher knives or machetes, I forgot, and he just went, like on a rather unfortunate chopping streak, or whatever. And he had also fake suicide vest, but still, like for the outside observer, it must have appeared real. And there just so happened to be a group meeting of criminals who were on parole and stuff like that, who had a meeting to basically talk about their feelings, blah blah blah, to keep them away from out of prison, needed to go there. And they all jumped on that opportunity to just go after this person, what I mean, and they put their lives on the line. I'm not saying that they didn't. One of whom was, by the way, a pedophile. You know what I mean? And they just jumped on the opportunity to be righteous or to risk their life for this. And yeah, so this is not unprecedented. I don't know what it is, but it happens quite often.
Yeah, I don't understand it either, but I mean, yes, there's multiple examples of this kind of behavior.
By the way, if you sometimes give a shit to British cops, what they did, they literally came there with some carbines. I don't know what those were. Those were some exotic, like models. I didn't see them before. They literally kicked those guys off the terrorist. They had him on the ground, and they put like two bullets directly into his head. Like point blank. Without thinking, which I obviously understand, because still he had the suicide vest. What I mean? They couldn't know if he could click it off or something like that. So yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to get prepared for my trip tomorrow, so
yeah,
I'm gonna have to sign off. We've been at it for a long time too, so.
Just saying, we are approaching magical number at the 420 just now. So much. So yeah.
Hey guys, thanks. I'll check it out, and next Saturday, let's do this again. We'll have some celebration.
Yeah, let's call it a day. Like I'm gonna end the broadcast. So to the audience also, hey, cheers. It was lovely seeing you here, and hopefully in the next one. Axel, would you like to say where to find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Sean Tizzle. I'll actually type that in the chat, and then look up Irate Prostate on YouTube. It's not actually my channel, but it's a channel I'm affiliated with. We do streams every Wednesday where we kind of talk about critical theory related stuff, and that's where we've been talking about the Kyle Rittenhouse story. Tonight we have a stream. We'll be talking Kyle a little bit, but most likely it's just kind of like a make fun of the clips of the week type show.
Okay.
So we're going to be talking about Kyle a lot.
Time, so.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see you guys later.
Okay. Now let's go also to the audience. I'm going to go too. So it was lovely seeing you again, and cheerio. And I'm glad that Kyle is free.
Absolutely. Good day.
Cheers, mate.
Hey, man. Nice talking to you.